Prologue of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Prologue. Narrower than the ear of a needle. Arabic proverb. The holy man, motionless, gaunt, his eyes filled with the peace of Allah, the one and only God, stood afar off, outlined against the moonlight, watching two horsemen fleeing for their lives across the desert. Pursued by a band of Arabs, which hunted them for murder done in the far fair city of Damascus, and had hunted them throughout the peninsula, they headed for the mountains of death, towering in the limitless sands of the burning desert, and cut off from the world by the silvery belt of quicksands which surround them completely. Uninhabited by beast or human being within the memory of man, and the memory of his fathers, and his fathers' fathers, yet did the wandering storyteller, as he flitted from town to village, from Bedouin camp to verdant oasis, make song or story of the legend which had clung to the pile of volcanic rock throughout the centuries. A story which either moved the listener to shouts of derisive, unbelieving laughter, or held him still, lost in wonderment and dreams. A legend recounted in this day of grace by the Arabian storyteller to Bedouins, sitting entranced under the stars or the moon, yet which had been inscribed upon a highly decorated vellum by the holy Palladius in the 5th century of our Lord, which record of early Holy Church was lost in the burning and sacking of a famous library in the more Christian times of the last 10 turbulent years. The story of a miraculous light, which, so read the vellum, led the Holy Fathers across the sands of death, over which they did most safely pass, to find within the mountains the further miracle of fresh, sparkling water, palm groves of luscious hulas, dates, stretches of durra and grass, coarse enough to be woven into shirts, with which to replace, in the passing of the years, the shirts of hair which covered the attenuated bodies of the 30-odd early Christian fathers. There within the secret oasis, so went the legend, the holy men who fled the temptations and persecutions of the world and sought safety and salvation in penance and pilgrimage, built a monastery to the glory of God. And there, so it was to be supposed, they must have died, with the exception of one who, following the casting of lots, had been sent forth from the miraculous oasis upon a mission to acquaint the holy Palladius of the community's whereabouts. The vellum had witnessed the Holy Father's safe arrival at his journey's end, but of his return to the sanctuary, as was the poetical name given the place by the renowned Palladius, there had been no mention. A fair legend to endure throughout the passing of the centuries, a sweet story in a land of thirst and death and dire privation, a tantalizing word picture to those who knew the shifting sands to be impassable. The holy man pondered upon the legend as he watched the horsemen tearing towards the quicksands in certain death. Then, with the beads of Mecca slipping between his fingers, turned and continued his pilgrimage due south, the south where the wind blows hottest, and the sands burn the sandal from off even holy feet. And Mohammed Abed, accused of the murder of a wealthy, flint-hearted usurer in the fair, far city of Damascus, turned to the handsome youth who, loving him as a brother, had helped him to escape so far from the vengeance of the flint-hearted usurer's relatives. The mare faileth, boy of the wondrous eyes. I fear a spear or a bullet shall find its home in her body, or in mine, before she reaches yonder mass of rocks. Yusuf laughed, and turned in his seat and looked back, shading the beautiful almond-shaped, long-lashed eyes which had earned him his nickname, and had got him into more trouble even than usually befalls a handsome youth in the Arabian peninsula. There is the length of many spears yet between us, brother. Lie upon the neck of Lula, the mare, so that the wind of her great speed be not counted against her. the swiftest mare in all Najd, yet in endurance of but little count. Behold, is there a light at the foot of the mountains, moving this way and that way? Perchance 'tis one who lives amongst the rocks, and who watches with intent to succor us. Allah be praised that the sands lie flat under our horses' feet, though by the wool. Would he be thrice praised if, in his mercy and compassion, he were to twist the feet of the horses which follow us, and so break their riders' necks. The mountains seemed within spear length. The quicksands showed one with the desert, silvery, smooth, when the mare stumbled just as a bullet whistled past, singeing the streaming mane. She was up on her dainty, unshod feet upon the instant, racing for safety with the last effort of her gallant heart, when Mohammed Abed turned and yelled defiance at his pursuers. "Istajil!" he yelled. "Istajil!" Everyday words, which merely mean "make haste," but destined to become a battle cry which, in after years, struck terror in the hearts of those who heard it, from Oman to Hejaz. In reply came a volley of firing, mixed with derisive and insulting words, lost in the din of shouting and hoofs upon the sand. "Follow me, brother," shouted Yusef, as he pressed his mare with his knees. Ahead, a greenish light danced this way and that, backwards and forwards, and to it Yusef rode his mare, with Mohammed Abed close upon his heels. They followed the will-o'-the-wisp-ish light, formed by the gas floating above the quicksands, mixing with the wind when it blew from the south, and fled upon the narrow path over which it danced. A path formed, perchance, by the top of some mountain chain, thrusting through the desert, hidden throughout the centuries by the inch or so, not more, of sand which overlapped it from the treacherous, seething, ever-moving sea of death, a way of safety discovered to the Holy Fathers and the fugitives before the law by Allah the Merciful, the one and only God. Over it they passed safely, with, if they had but known it, barely the breadth of a hand to spare, upon either side of the exhausted mare. They slipped from the saddle and pulled the panting beasts back into the shadows, just as, with much triumphant shouting and firing of rifles, the pursuing Arabs, riding in a straight line, plunged, yelling, screaming, down into the quicksand's suffocating depths. The miracle of the 5th century had been explained at last. An hour later, when the stars shone down upon a scene of perfect peace, Yusuf laughed and pulled at the spear, hurled by an Arab in one last effort of revenge before sinking to his death. It did not move. Stuck fast between two rocks, it remained for all time, a sign to mark the commencement of the only means of communication between the sanctuary and the pitiless burning desert. Methinks we are no better off, brother, if, by the grace of Allah, we find again the hidden path by which we cross this sea of death. Yet have we neither drop of water nor date stone left with which to stifle the pangs of hunger and thirst, of which we surely die if we move not from this ledge of rock. He looked up to the top width of a great V, which cleft the mountains halfway down the side, and from the narrowest point of which there seemed to stretch a path to where the spear marked the beginning of the secret path. Then he stretched his hand and touched the rock behind the spear, and with finger upon cracked lips softly called Mohammed Abed, who came quickly upon tiptoe. "Let us go warily, brother, yet let us go in search of those who inhabit the heart of the mountains, so that they can help us in our need." They passed their fingers over the rough cross hacked in the rock as a sign of his return by the Christian who, in the 5th century, had been sent upon a mission to the holy Palladius. Then, hobbling the mares, crept in the shadows from rock to rock up the path leading to the narrowest point of the great cleft, which made the one opening in the mountains, sledding them to a spot midway between the foot and crest. Famished and almost crazed with thirst, The two men hid in blackest shadow, listening for a sound, peering for a sight of those who had marked the way up with rough crosses cut upon the rocks. Then, alert, apprehensive, stopping to listen at every yard, crept noiselessly to the opening of the cleft. Through it they passed like shadows, and on down a steeper, broader path to a great plateau, on the edge of which they stopped, staring in amazement. "A mirage," whispered Mohammed Abed, in hoarse tones. Then, crouching, ran across the plateau and fell upon his knees and to his full length upon the bank of a sparkling, rushing river. Whence came the unknown miraculous water? It flowed from the eastern side of the mountains. It twisted in the shape of a big S in the middle of a fertile plain. It disappeared through a narrow cleft in the western side, with the thundering, rushing sound of water falling into space. The waters of the Wadi Hanifa, which flow through Washam and Arid more or less abundantly, according to the season, have so far not been traced after they disappear in the fertile district of Yamama. Do they flow below the surface to the Persian Gulf, or on into the terrible desert, to be absorbed in the ever-greedy sand? Are these the waters which show above ground for a few blessed yards in the secret heart of the mountains of death, cut off by the quicksands from the needy sons of the desert, who depend upon the scanty brackish water of deep wells, and vapors carried uncertainly on certain winds from the Persian Gulf, and which are lost once they pass above the Hamads, those red-hot, dust-laden, scorching, terrible limestone plains? Or does a subterranean river flow through the bowels of some chain of mountains, stretching below the surface of the peninsula from sea to sea, wrapped in the desert sand? Maybe. And may not the short mountain ranges dotted throughout Arabia's deserts be the topmost peaks of that great hidden chain? And the miraculous waters hidden in the mountains of death be part of that lost river, escaping through its prison walls in the one spot where the rocks have been worn during the centuries by the rush and the fret of the waters below and the wind and the storm above? Fantastic theory, and yet who knows? Who will ever know? But there it is, and doubtlessly there it always will be, forming an inaccessible oasis, with sweet water and groves of date palms, and stretches of wheat and barley descended from the grain sown from the Holy Father's scanty stores centuries ago, a quiet spot, with cotton shrubs and vines, coffee plants and dura, climbing gentle slopes covered in rich coarse grass and herbs and flowers of every kind, which spring from the seeds blown upon the wind or carried by the birds which swarm where water is to be found. "No mirage, brother," whispered Yusuf, "yet must we go warily, with eyes in our heads and hands upon our weapons. For methinks the inhabitants hide and spy upon us from the rocks, waiting the fortunate moment to fall upon us." He passed his hand over the first of a short flight of steps leading down to the water, and worn smooth by the passage of holy feet. "By the marks upon the steps there is much coming and going, and a good harvest about us. Food for the eating and for the drinking, water, the beverage prescribed for man by Mohammed, the prophet of Allah, the one and only God." He touched the amulet of good luck which hung about his neck and lay quite still, his hand upon his friend's arm. Looking about him in the shadows, and up at the birds of all sizes which, disturbed by the intrusion, flew distractedly in every direction. "Stay thou here, brother. I will drink a while. Then will I go and fetch thee dates, and if I meet the inhabitants of this corner of paradise, set in the midst of suffering, will ask of them hospitality, if they be friendly, or the way back across the hidden path by which we entered, if they prove otherwise, quickening their tongues, if there be hesitation. With this," he loosened the broad, crooked dagger in his cummerbund, and, descending the rough steps, threw himself down to drink until he came well nigh to bursting. Replete, He rose and walked apart some feet, and looked around him and stood amazed, overcome by a strange awe. Then, beckoning Mohammed, who drank at the river's edge, crept like a shadow across the plateau and up a steep flight of steps made by the laying of boulders one upon the other. The ruins of the monastery, which had been hidden from the fugitives by a great mass of jutting rock, which swept down almost to the water's edge, lay silent, forsaken, upon the natural terraces of the mountainside. In the strong black and white shadow and moonlight the rough walls showed no sign of the devastating hand of time, and hid the remains of roofs which, from want of repair, had at last caved in and fallen upon the rock floors. The windows of the cells, 30 in all, showed like black patches painted upon a gray background. 30 doorways gaped desolate. The dust of ages covered stones worn by the passing to and fro of bare feet, some more, some less, according to the span of years allotted to each holy man. How had the holy men worked? How had they built to the glory of God with no other implements than their hands and the strength of their muscles and their vows? The walls of the cells, the chapel, and the refectory were 2 feet thick and built of pieces of granite of various sizes, fitted together in rough mosaic fashion. They had stood throughout the centuries just as they had been put together, without loss of a single stone, just as the trunks of palms, rough-hewn by patience and sharpened stones, had stood, in ones or in columns, to support the roofs composed of other trunks of palms, laid crosswise and covered in laced leaves. Later was discovered a place, high upon the mountainside, to the edge of which boulders, both great and small, had evidently been pushed and hurled to the rocks below, to be smashed to bits, out of which bits, doubtlessly, had been picked the pieces necessary to the task of building. How many years had it taken to build the chapel? How much strength to carry the square slab which had formed the altar up the mountainside and to prop it upon 4 supports? How much patience to build up the pointed facade, and to pluck out the stones from the middle until a clear cross, formed by space, showed against the blazing sky or the star-studded velvet of the night? Why had they built? For joy? For penance? The latter, probably. For the buildings, which spread terrace above terrace, must have far outreached the need of the holy men. For many minutes Yusuf stood staring up at this mystery of the desert, and then, slowly, step by step, pulled by the strength of the unknown, halting to listen, hastening to gain the shadows, climbed the rough steps and reached the chapel door. He stood staring down at the floor, littered with stones, and across to the altar, before which lay a skull, gleaming in a shaft of moonlight. Making the sign to scare away evil spirits, he stepped across the holy place. Though not for a king's ransom would he have touched the white bones of Father Augustine, the last of the holy men, who had laid himself down to die before the altar, upon which had been roughly chipped a cross. "Christians," whispered Yusuf, slipping the rosary of Mecca between his fingers. "Infidels." Like a great cat he crept out of the place and up the steps leading to the 30 cells, where, upon the stone floors, showed the marks made by the holy men who had fled the world and the luxury of soft beds. He climbed yet 12 steps more to the refectory, where 30 stones, more or less flat, stood in the circle the holy men had formed for meals or recreation, and up again to other buildings, both great and small, built to what purpose it will never be known. Then fled the silent, deserted place, slipping, stumbling down the steps to the plateau where waited his friend. Side by side, warily, noiselessly, they climbed to the tombs, high up upon the western flank, natural caves, upon the floors of which 29 holy men slept the long sleep, each underneath a mound of stone. They lay there now, for all that is known, waiting for the last trump to call them back across the quicksands of time. They sleep peacefully, undisturbed, for ruthless, savage as were the men who ultimately threw in their lot with Mohammed Abed, criminals and outlaws every one, from every province and every tribe in the peninsula, yet they respected the solemnity of that Christian burial ground, and left the sleeping forms in peace. And just as the first sunbeam slid over the mountain-tops, filling the rocky bowl with golden light, the two men adopted the place as home. An impregnable stronghold, a natural fortress in a waste place, a land of dates and water, upon which a man or many men could subsist for lack of better or more tasty nutriment, a citadel surrounded by a sea of death, yet connected with terra firma by a path of rock, which as a foundation cannot be bettered. For if we have safely followed in the path of the 30 who sleep yonder, argued Mohammed Abed, looking up to the tombs in the rocks bathed in the glory of the sunrise, why should not yet another 30, fleeing before the law, and even thrice times 30, come safely through the hungry sands? If 2 horses escape the death, why should not 2 camels, with their feet as big and soft as the heart of one who leans unduly to the affections, cross that path, and with violent lamentations and much urging, make their way down yon rocky road? And if 2, why should not 30 of their brothers and sisters follow as safely, with 30 Nedstein stallions and mares, as nimble as goats, upon their dainty feet, behind them? And are we so weak that we could not carry sheep and goats in young across our saddle bows, so that they multiply in this place of plenty? He looked up and around, stretching wide his arms. Is there not place for man and beast, and many of each? And are we not, O my brother, bidden by the great prophet to succor those in distress? Are we not? In such wise did Mohammed Abed, the ambitious outlaw, with Yusuf as his right hand, become the head of as daring a gang of brigands as had ever swept the highways of the desert. And all went well with him, his harvest yielding abundantly, his wealth accumulating, his people and cattle waxing fat and multiplying throughout the years, until he took unto himself a wife, who died on bearing him a daughter. End of Prologue.
Chapter 1 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest, Chapter 1. From the afternoon it will appear if the night will be clear. Arabic proverb. Zarah the Cruel leaned on the wall which surrounded the chapel of the monastery, built by early Christians in the 5th century, and looked down at 2 dogs fighting up on the plateau near the water's edge. 20 years had passed since Sheikh Mohammed Abda, so called by his men who adored him, had adopted the natural stronghold in a desert waste his home, naming it the sanctuary, unwitting that he poached upon the poetical tendencies of the long-dead holy Palladius. 15 years since he had taken to wife Mercedes, the beautiful Spaniard, the arrogant daughter of an impoverished Spanish grandee, who, made prisoner as she journeyed on business bent across the Arabian peninsula, in the company of her high-born and feckless father, had condescended to marry the notorious robber sheik, in exchange for the liberty of her progenitor and the safe conduct of himself and his retinue out of the country. She had condescended to marry him, but in the secret places of her passionate, adventurous heart she had come most truly to love him, so that the years preceding the birth of their daughter had been years of happiness, years in which, although the raids upon caravans and peoples had been as fierce and bloody as before, the lot of the prisoners had been considerably lightened, until those who had not the wherewithal to pay the ransom demanded had come to sing as they set about their task of herding cattle, tending harvest, or working to strengthen and beautify the ruins up on the mountain side. Those who had the means, or friends altruistic enough to raise the ransom, had paid it and taken their departure with a feeling of regret in their hearts. Many had thrown in their lot with the outlawed chief, whilst the physically undesirable had been liberated at once and sent packing on the homeward trek, so that harmony had reigned in the strange place, and the welfare of the brotherhood had increased 100-fold. 3 years later Mercedes died, leaving in her stead a woman-child, upon whom the Sheik poured out the adoration of his stricken heart. A strange, quiet woman-child, who had neither cried nor laughed, as she had lain in her father's arms, staring past him out of tawny, opalescent eyes.
And as she grew, beautiful, cruel, and relentless as the desert to which she belonged, so did unrest and fear and passion grow in the erstwhile happy community, until women ran and seized their children, so that her shadow should not fall upon them. Prisoners shrank at sight or sound of her, and the men, hating her in their hearts, yet hypnotized by her beauty and her great daring, whispered amongst themselves as they questioned the one, the other, as to the next whim or new punishment her ungovernable temperament would invent. For an Arabian, she was well educated. Vain as a peacock, she forced herself, loathing it the while, to take advantage of every opportunity of learning which presented itself, solely with the object of shining before the men, who, with the exception of one nicknamed the Patriarch, were as illiterate as most Arabs are. A learned Armenian, a Spaniard, and a Frenchman, made prisoners through an injudicious display of wealth, had each had the sentence of a heavy ransom commuted to that of 2 years' instruction to the Sheikh's almost ungovernable daughter. The Jew had taught her to read and to write, whilst thoroughly appreciating his robber host's hearty hospitality. The Spaniard had taught her his language and the dances of his country, whilst enjoying the wild life he had led between lessons. The Frenchman had taught her his language and the use of the foils, and had asked for her hand in marriage, to be thoroughly surprised at a blunt refusal. She read everything she could get hold of, lining the reconstructed walls of 2 cells, which had once echoed the prayers and witnessed the austerities of the holy monks, with books brought by caravans from the port of Jeddah. She could eat quite nicely with a knife and fork, and manipulate a finger napkin with some dexterity, but showed a preference for her fingers, which she wiped upon the carpet or by digging them into the hot sand, and her splendid white teeth for the process of separating meat from bone. From her father she undoubtedly came by her magnificent horsemanship and surpassing skill in the use of weapons of self-defense. He delighted in her physical training, spending hours with her either in a room which had been fitted up as a gymnasium after the counseling of the Frenchman, or on the plateau, pitting her skill with spear, rifle, and revolver against that of youths of her own age, or away in the desert riding with the magnificent horses for which he had become famous throughout the peninsula. Trained to a hair, with a ripple of muscle under the velvety, creamy skin, which the sun barely bronzed, she could at last throw an unbroken horse with any of her father's followers, or ride it bareback out into the mystery of the terrible desert, heedless of its efforts to dismount her, driving it farther and farther with little golden spurs until, with its pride shattered and its heart almost broken, she would race it back, utterly spent, to the shade of the mountains. She joined the enthusiastic men in the sports they got up amongst themselves to pass the monotony of leisure hours, or hunted with them for the sheer joy of killing, laughing with delight when she brought down ostrich or gazelle, firing at carrion for the sole purpose of keeping her hand in, leaving the birds to die where they fell. Born and bred in the heat of the tropics, which hastens the physical development of both sexes in the eastern races, she was almost full-grown upon her 12th birthday. She inherited the beauty of her mother, save for the color of her hair, which rioted over her head in short curls and flamed like the setting sun, and the color of her eyes, which shone like a topaz in the moonlight, or as the storm-whipped desert, according to the violence or moderation of her mood. Through the Andalusian strain in her mixed blood, she had come by her perfect hands and feet and teeth, and to the same source was she 1,000 times indebted for the grace of her movements and gait and the assurance of her pose. Her father's tenacity was abnormally developed in her. It had helped him cling to life in the first turbulent years in the desolate sanctuary. It helped her to beat down his almost indomitable will over matters both great and small until, save for an occasional outburst of authority, he was as wax in her slender hands. Of his great-heartedness, his charity towards the needy, for whom he so often robbed the wealthy with much violence and bloodshed, his justice and understanding, she had not one particle in her heart of stone, as she had not a glimmer of the humor and tenderness which had served to balance her mother's arrogance and passionate nature. In her, the crossing of the races, exaggerating the defects, minimizing the merits of her parentage, had resulted in a terrible streak of cruelty, which roused a fierce hatred in the heart of man and beast. Virile, ambitious, relentless, she was cursed from birth by the strength of her dual nationality. Driven, beaten, horses did her bidding, but had never been known to answer to her call. Dogs hated her instinctively, but feared her not one bit. Her arm still showed, would always show, the marks of Roddy's teeth, when from an incredible distance the greyhound bitch leapt upon her to revenge the death by drowning of one pup, which had angered the girl by its continual whimpering. For her life she dared not visit the kennels unattended. She had tried, but had failed to bring about the fall of Yusuf of the wondrous eyes, who loved the sheik as a brother, and would have laid down his life for him if he had so desired. She hated him for his beauty, for his indifference towards her, for the love he inspired in animals. Roddy, the famous greyhound, Lula, the fastest mare, Fam, the peerless dromedary, were all his.
Allah, how she hated him! He responded to her hate with a hate transcending that of his own dog, the maddened bitch. He had hated her blindly from the very beginning, for causing the death of the woman who had brought such happiness to his friend, for usurping her place in his place in the sheik's heart, for her cruelty, her tyranny, her utter disregard of the happiness and welfare of others. He set himself to thwart the child in every possible way and upon every possible occasion, craftily, so that none should point to him as the author of the contretemps which so strangely and so frequently befell her. From the day she could understand until the dawn of her 10th birthday, misfortune after misfortune fell upon her, until those who met her covertly made the gesture used all the world over to avert the evil eye, whilst the sheik tore his beard in secret as he tried to elucidate the mysteries of the dead mayor, the broken spears, the disappearance, almost within sight of the sanctuary, of an entire caravan laden with gifts for her, and other calamities which had befallen his offspring, in whom, blinded as unfortunately are so many doting parents, he saw no fault. But when the sun rose on the anniversary of Zarah's 10th year of life, Yusuf's hate, as is the wont of unbridled passions, turned back upon him, whilst tragedy followed close upon his heels, as he wended his way to the Hall of Judgment by one of the many paths he had made, in his love of solitude, amongst the rocks. Muhammad Abd looked up at the handsome face and smiled into the wondrous eyes which looked down into his in such splendid friendliness, and bade him sit beside him on the carpet, upon which were spread gifts of gold and silver, ivory and glass and silk, to celebrate the festival. Zarah would ride thy mare Lula in the Gazoo this night, little brother. Behold, would she be well mounted when gaining the title of Hadiyah by leading the men to the attack, even as did Ayesha, the wife of Mohammed, the prophet of Allah, the one and only God. She would ride Lula, replied Yusuf slowly, ignoring the girl entirely, intentionally, so as to rouse her anger. Lula, descendant of the mare that brought thee safely across the path so many moons ago?" As it happened, Zarah did not mind if she rode the mare or stallion in her first raid upon a caravan, which had been reported as traveling heavily laden towards Huta. Foiled up to that very moment, in all her efforts to break or bend the man she hated with all her heart, she was making one last effort to triumph over him. Incapable of understanding the friendship between the men, underestimating Yusuf's strength of character, believing in her colossal vanity that he was merely the victim of a petty jealousy roused by her beauty and her power over the sheik, she had decided to make her request before her father upon a day when, so she thought, no one would dare refuse her anything.
"Yea, little brother," replied Mohammed Abd, "the fastest mare in all Arabia." Knowing nothing whatsoever about fortune-telling, and merely to plague the girl, Yusuf slowly, and with an irritating nonchalance, drew certain signs upon the floor, then spoke as fate, who held the strings by which they were hobbled to their destinies, dictated. "I see Lula flying across the desert sands," he whispered. "At dawn, with death upon her back. She flees for her life, with hate, revenge, hard upon her heels. She stumbles, there is... Nay, I see no more. 'Tis hidden in the mist of time. But death, death with a crown of red above her snow-white face, rode her, with hate upon her heels." He looked across at Zarah, who, ridden with superstition, and totally unaware that he was fooling her, leant far back upon her cushions, one hand extended, with fingers spread against disaster, the other clutching an amulet of good luck hanging about her neck. He smiled at her terror, and shrugged his shoulders, spreading his hands palm uppermost, as though to protest against such signs of weakness. The action, the look in the wonderful eyes, acted as a spur upon the girl, goading her to maddest wrath. With a mighty effort she controlled herself and leaned far forward, eyes blazing, her lips drawn back in a snarl of hate. "What has death to do with me?" she cried. "Verily dost thou croak like a bird of prey. I say that I will ride Lala, the black mare, thy mare, as far as anything in the sanctuary can be thine, who art but a servant. Hearest thou? I ride Lula, the black mare." "Behold, I have ears to hear thy words, and eyes to see thy face distorted in anger. Yet I say that thou shalt not ride the mare." The men who sat in the body of the hall, smoking or drinking coffee, whilst listening to the dispute, nudged each other at the sudden tense silence which fell between the two. "A golden piece, Bowlegs, to the dagger, is thy belt. That trouble befalls before the coffee grows cold within the cups," whispered the patriarch, whose benign exterior covered a heart given entirely to gambling. Bowlegs, who had gained his unpoetical sobriquet on account of his lower limbs, which had become almost circular through his infantile desire to run before he could crawl, laid his dagger on the carpet beside the golden piece. "Nay, not today. Fall the trouble will between the two who love each other as love the cat and dog, but not upon the tiger cub's day of festival. Hist! She speaks." "And why shall I not ride the black mare?" Zarah spoke slowly, clearly, whilst the sheik looked from one to the other in grief and anxiety. "Because she is in foal." It was a lie. The girl knew it was a lie. The sheik knew it was a lie as he leaned forward and tried to catch her hand. He was too late. "Liar!" she screamed. "Accursed liar!" She screamed again as she seized a heavy cut-glass bowl and hurled it in Yusuf's face, against which it smashed to pieces, cutting it to ribbons, 1,000 needle-pointed splinters of glass, putting out forever the light of the wondrous eyes. The box went in search of the lid until it met with it. Arabic proverb. The mistaken love of friends saved him, though would it have been far kinder to have let him close his blinded eyes in the last long sleep, from which he would perchance have wakened with a clearer vision and a better understanding. The will of Allah? Does your brother live or die? Speak quickly, lest I pinch thy windpipe 'twixt thumb and finger." Some many days later, the renowned herbalist procured from Huta, in the Harik oasis, by the simple process of kidnapping, and brought, blindfolded, by swiftest camel to the curing of the sick man, looked up at Al-Assad, the gigantic Nubian. "He lives," replied the wizened old man, gently removing the Nubian's slender fingers from about his scraggy throat, "but would have died long ere my advent, if it had not been for the tender ministrations of yon woman Namla and her son, smitten with dumbness." Al-Assad nodded as he looked to where Namla, the busy, who had tended the sick man day and night, stretched out pieces of soft white muslin to dry, with the help of her son. "Ay, verily has she a heart made for mothering. 2 apples has she, one for each eye. 2 sons, though which one she loves the most we do not know. The one is gifted with speech and is slow of wit, or the dumb one with a mind like yonder sparkling water. Hey, Namla, thou busy ant, wilt give thy boy to the herbalist, so that he acquires much learning in medicine?" Namla clutched her dumb boy to her heart. "I will kill him or her who takes one of mine from me," she shrilled, taking off the amulet of good luck from about her own neck to hang it round her son's. "The jewels, the fair name, yea, even the eyes canst thou take from a woman, but her man-child, never." She spat in the direction of the dwelling where slept the girl upon whom she waited sometimes as body-woman, whereupon the Nubian laughed good-naturedly, bidding her keep a hold upon her tongue. "Yea, but verily," said the unsuspecting herbalist, "does the Sheikh's daughter need a whip across her shoulders? And thou thy tongue pulled forth by the roots." Al-Assad, who loved the Sheikh's daughter with all the strength of his fierce nature, made an ineffectual grab at the terrified old man as he shot like a rabbit down the rocky path, then laughed and looked up to where the girl slept, and fell a-dreaming of the day when, now that Yusuf was out of the running, he might perchance, by right of force, step into the Sheikh's shoes upon his death, to rule the leaderless men and to wed the fatherless daughter. The wounds healed, the fever abated, yet for many days feigning weakness, tended by the dumb youth whom he christened his eyes, Yusuf lay planning revenge for his loss of sight. Distraught with pain, unable to control his thoughts in the agony of his wounds, he finally decided to leave it to time, which did not mean that he murmured Kismet in the quiet watches of the everlasting night which had fallen upon him. The Oriental submits uncomplainingly to sickness, misfortune, and death, but he sees to it that his revenge is of his own fashioning, and one that will, if possible, descend into the furthest generation. He left his sickbed a seemingly humble, repentant, and forgiving soul, blaming himself for the disaster and promising to make amends for past misdemeanor, seemingly not for one single moment of the dreary days and pain-filled sleepless nights did the thought of revenge leave his tortured mind. Bereft of the joys of hunting and the daily thrills which make part of a marauder's life, he wandered by day, ever guarded by his eyes, around and about the buildings of the monastery, and over the rocks amongst which they had been built. At night he lay, until the coming of the dawn he could not see, thinking, planning, discarding, to think and plan again. The second sight of the blind, through touch and auditory nerve, came to him swiftly, until at length, sure-footed as a goat, he passed where no other would have dared to place a foot. Of a truth there did not seem to be a rock or precipice or height, round through or over which he could not lead one safely, nor human whom he could not designate by the sound of his or her footfall on sand or rock. It approached the uncanny even in the blind, bringing with it a certain respect from others, who, thinking him possessed of a djinn, or evil spirit of the desert, left him alone with the exception of Mohammed Abd and the half-caste Nubian, who loved him only one whit less than they loved the girl who had blinded him. Refusing all aid, even that of his eyes, he passed days in discovering and establishing the exact position of the narrow path which stretched through the quicksands up to the foot of the mountain. Day after day, night after night, in the cool of sunrise or sunset, in the peace of star or moonlight, or in the noonday heat, he followed the edge of the quicksands upon his knees, feeling and digging until one noon his slender fingers found that for which they searched. He turned his face to the sun, and sure-footed as a goat, picked his way, step by step, backwards, feeling with his toes across the quaking bog to the spear stuck fast between two rocks. There he passed the blazing hours, registering the location of the path by the lay of the sun upon his rocks and his mutilated face, and never once afterwards did he fail by day to find his way, unaided, either going out or coming in across the narrow way. He crossed the desert at night upon the back of either one or the other of the two animals he loved to ride, and which, with the help of his eyes and much patience, he trained to negotiate the path without fear and without help of guiding hand or knee. During the training, Lula, spoilt and sensitive, had well nigh lost her life more times than could be numbered, whereas Phaim, the black dromedary, ambled indifferently across the dangerous path, as though its great cushioned feet trod the desert sands. A magnificent beast, this black Hijin of Oman, brainless as a sheep, swift as the wind, as enduring as it was obstinate. It was worth the price of many blood-red rubies on account of its color, and had fallen to Yusuf as his share of the spoil resultant upon a sanguinary and none too successful attack upon a caravan of camels belonging to the great Sheikh Hamid, the Camel King. And with it all he waited patiently, and with the Oriental's fatalism throughout the years, for his revenge upon Zarah the Arabian. Subtle, crafty, determined that by his hand alone should punishment fall upon her, he had argued with and beseeched the sheikh and his fellow men to spare her. Even upon the night of the disaster had he whispered between the cut lips held together by the hour in Namla's tender fingers, had whispered in urgent entreaty, until the men, crowding about his couch, thinking him crazed with fever, touched their foreheads as they looked at each other, and made oath upon the beard of the prophet to do so. They had thought him crazed with fever then, thereafter they ever thought him slightly mad. They would touch their foreheads when he spoke gently of the girl, and would shake their heads when he questioned them closely about the suitors who, afire with the tales of her beauty and her wealth, came themselves or sent emissaries, laden with gifts, piled high on camel-back, to ask her hand in marriage. They thought him slightly mad, whereas, if they could but have seen into his sane and cunning mind, they would have understood that his interest in the girl's marriage had root in a great fear that he would be cheated of his revenge. But Zarah, exceeding proud of the European blood in her veins, had no wish to wed at an age when European girls were still at school, neither had she the slightest intention of becoming one of the 4 wives which Mohammed the Prophet, in his wisdom, knowing the weakness of character and want of self-control in man, allotted unto the male sex. So that Yusuf sighed in relief as each suitor, blindfolded, was led back across the path by which, blindfolded, he had come, and laden with gifts, set upon the homeward track. Actively he knew he could do nothing in revenge until fate whispered in his ear, but in 100 ways, 100 times a day, he made the girl's life a burden to her. He refused to cover his face, which was no fit sight for man or woman, and took to haunting her, craftily withal, so that it seemed that by mere chance his shadow fell so often upon the path she trod. She had no escape from him. If she passed in a crowd, he picked out her footfall, When the place was full of the sound of the neighing of horses and the barking of dogs, he could hear her coming, and quick and silent as a beast of prey, sliding, slipping, holding by his hands, would reach the spot where, knowing the turns and twists of every path, he knew that she must pass. He would stand or sit without movement, staring at her out of sightless orbits, while she, believing him ignorant of her presence, would pass swiftly, silently, with averted head and fingers spread against misfortune. He stood close behind her in the shadows, wrapped in the Bedouin cloak, as she leaned on the wall, watching the fight between the dogs, one of which had been accepted as a gift by the rejected suitor who, at that moment, made his adieu to the sheikh in the hall of judgment. In the depths of the girl's startling eyes shone a merciless light. An amused smile curved the beautiful scarlet mouth. She clapped her hands covered in jewels, and, jogged by fate, laughed aloud at the despair of the groom who had allowed the dogs to escape from the kennels. Jaw locked in jaw, bleeding, exhausted, the dogs were fighting to the death. But they sprang apart when the sound of the girl's laughter was brought to them on the evening breeze, and crouched, glaring upwards, ruffs on end, growling, the anger of the moment forgotten in their hatred of the woman. Furious at the dog's display of hatred in front of the attendant, consumed with the desire to punish them, Zarah turned to run up the steps leading to the hall of judgment, where were stacked the weapons of defense. "Thy spear," she shouted to a youth who came towards her from the men's quarters. She seized it from him and leapt upon the wall, standing straight and beautiful, her white draperies blown against her by the evening breeze. She paid no attention to the shouting of the groom. Instead she took careful aim and laughed as the spear, flashing like silver in the sun's rays, sped downwards and buried itself in the flank of the greyhound, which had been accepted as a gift by her father's guest. Her vanity appeased, she turned away. Neither did she look back as she mounted the steps to her own dwelling. Had she but glanced over her shoulder, she might have taken a warning from the terrible look of satisfaction on blind Yusuf's face. The little bird preens the breast, while the sportsman sets his net, he laughed to himself as he muttered the proverb, and passed on into the shadows and out of sight. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Mary in Arkansas.
Chapter 2 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 2. If thou were to see my luck, thou wouldst trample it underfoot. Arabic proverb. Insolently indifferent, Zarah stood, some hours later, in the hall of judgment waiting for the verdict to be passed. In outraging her father's hospitality by killing the dog accepted as a gift by the guest beneath his roof, she had committed the one sin unforgivable to the Arab. The hospitality of the Arab today is as great and as genuine as in the days of Ishmael and Joktan. Of either the one or the other he is supposed to be the direct descendant. 3 days is the prescribed limit to the Arab's bounteousness on behalf of the stranger within the gates, though if the guest's company prove agreeable, it will doubtlessly be offered for a period extending over weeks or months or even years. In any case, however, the 3 days limit is never strictly adhered to, even if there be but little sympathy between host and guest, and once the latter has eaten the Arab's salt, he can count himself as absolutely safe for roof and sustenance, until courtesy or necessity bids him to move on. The Arab may hate the very sight of his guest and loathe his habits and disagree entirely with his views on life, but whilst aching to see his back, will patiently bear with him and offer him of his best. He may be longing to know whence his guest came and whither he goes, but not a question will he ask if the stranger should not see fit to enlighten him as to his movements, and a traveler can most assuredly feel at ease about his precious life and belongings as long as he is under an Arab's roof, as guest. An Arab will give his life for you if you have broken bread with him, and under the same conditions he will not touch a button or a biscuit belonging to you, even though he may be well nigh starving and dressed in rags himself. The emir, or ruler, of one of the Wahhabi provinces had come in person, though secretly, to ask for the hand of the girl, the fame of whose beauty had been spread throughout the peninsula by prisoners who had worked or paid their way back to freedom. He had not come straightforwardly, because even in Arabia the powers that be, however insignificant, do not openly deal with outlaws. His offer to include Zarah amongst his wives and to give her all that she might wish for, within reason, had been refused, not because he already had 3 wives and various lesser lights of the harem, who were known to fight between themselves like cats, or because he was of middle age and inclined to rotundity, but just because Zarah already had everything she could wish for, within reason and without, and had no intention of marrying without love. He had proffered his gifts and had accepted his hosts in return, and his eyes had glistened at the sight of the slender beauty of the greyhound, which within an hour of his departure had been killed by his host's daughter. The sheik had many greyhounds, in fact a pair had been substituted for the one killed, but that was not the point. The dead dog, having been accepted, had become the guest's property. Therefore, it had also become sacred in the eyes of the host and the host's family and servants. The severest sentence, ofttimes that of death, is passed upon those who break the Arab's law of hospitality, so that Zarah stood, beautiful, insolent, alone, in the hall of judgment, waiting to hear what punishment the 2, so deeply wounded in their pride, would mete out to her. And as she stood, knowing the power of her beauty, therefore fearing not, she looked indolently round the room, once a monk's refectory, and thought in her greedy heart of how it would be decorated to enhance her power when once she reigned supreme. The sheik's taste was rather primitive and inclined more to the useful than to the ornamental. Prisoners had worked upon the rock floor until the surface had been made smooth, and upon it had been thrown skins of the small, ferocious tiger, the panther, the neighed wolf, and other wild beasts of the peninsula, with rugs woven from camel's hair patterned in different colors. Great brass bowls full of water stood upon the 30 stools of stone, once used by the holy men as seats, now ranged against the walls upon which hung weapons of every sort, caliber, and age, either honestly bought in towns or lifted in a raid, lances or throwing spears, heavy and light, swords, knives, daggers, ornamented with every conceivable device, and firearms of most genuine antiquity, even matchlock or flint guns, which, however, should not be treated with contempt when in the hands of the Bedouin. He is a splendid marksman, no matter what the age of the weapon he may handle. The sheik and his men were magnificently armed, wealth and craft having procured them their heart's delight in the shape of the most up-to-date rifles and revolvers, which they loved a good deal more than their wives and almost as much as their sons. The 2 men sat on cushions upon a dais at the end of the hall, the guest in the place of honor upon the sheik's left hand, looking down, perplexed, uneasy, at the beautiful girl who stood so superbly indifferent just below them. She had dressed for the occasion. A Banyan, or Indian merchant, taken prisoner one time, had introduced and taught the men's wives and daughters how to manipulate the sari. Zarah had learned from them and had acquired a knack of winding yards upon yards of stuff about her slender person, as far down as her ankles and back again to her lissom waist, where she stuffed the ends in. She had wrapped yards of some glittering yellow material around her this day, tightly enough to outline her superb figure, but not to impede her movements, as she walked upon her toes and from her hips in a manner insolent beyond words. Her beautiful arms and neck were bare, her small feet shod in golden sandals. She wore no jewels and looked young and innocent, and altogether harmless, until she looked up and sideways into the guest's eyes. She sighed a little and clasped her hands just above her heart of flint, and looked down again, well content, believing that the love-stricken man would be on her side whatever punishment her outraged father should feel inclined to pass upon her in this terrible wrath. "My heart is broken, my pride shattered. The law of my father's father, set at naught by thee, O my daughter," said the sheik quietly, as he sat, torn between a desire to pass the sentence of death upon the offender, and a longing to spare the daughter he loved so much. "Knowst thou that if my men were to sit in judgment upon thee, that they would drive thee out into the desert to die of hunger and thirst for what thou hast done to this my guest?" Zarah bent her head and stood with hands clasped upon her breast, a figure of contrition. and it was as well the deluded men were unable to see the look in her eyes or the twitching of the fingers, which were aching to steal to a very small but very workmanlike automatic she invariably carried in her girdle. "I am at a loss, my daughter. I would not humiliate thee before my men, who will one day serve under thy ruling, because as the proverb says, 'Him who makes chaff of himself the cows will eat.'" He paused as the guest murmured, "Elhamdu lillahi," which was the correct response to the proverb and is translated, "Thanks be to God, that is not my weakness." There was not a sound as Zarah stood watching the men, nor movement as the men watched her from under half-closed lids. The guest with thoughts of her beauty, the father with fear as to which way his tiger daughter would spring. "Never has a father been so outraged in his honor as I by thee, O Zarah. Never has a guest been so outraged as mine in all the history of the race." The sheik plucked at his beard as he spoke, a sure sign of anger, though his soft voice was not raised one tone by the wrath which surged within him. "I know not how my guest will look upon that which I am about to propose, nay, nor if I dare to darken the honor of his house by my proposition." He looked towards the emir, who looked back at him, then sat silent, watching the girl who swayed a little upon her feet like some golden lily in the wind. "Wilt thou, O my guest, of whom I crave pardon for the insult put upon thee by my child," said the sheik at last, "wilt thou take her now, bereft of all dignity as wife, to serve their excellencies thy wives as handmaiden until the stain upon her honor and my honor be wiped out?" There was no doubt in what direction the tiger daughter would literally spring. She sprang straight forward, eyes blazing, face distorted with rage, looking from one man to the other and back, as without waiting to see how the emir would take the suggestion, she flung a proverb of protest at him. "Nay, nay, nay," she screamed. "My meat and his meat cannot be cooked in the same pot." "Peace, daughter," said the sheik sharply, "lest I drive thee myself out into the desert to die. All that is mine is my guest's, my bread, my horses, my wealth, and thou, if he will deign to look upon thee." He spoke with the Oriental's habitual extravagance of speech, but under the agony of the blow dealt his pride by his daughter, with the firm intention of giving all he possessed to the insulted man, if by so doing he could obliterate the stain upon his own name. "Wilt have her, with jewels and horses and cattle and slaves, O my guest?" The emir slowly shook his shaven, turbaned head. The offer was tempting indeed, but the brief insight into the girl's character, allied to the memory of the warring factions already established in his house, had decided him. He was getting on in years with a liking for peace, good food, and long hours of sleep. His line was firmly established, his fortune big enough to buy or hire maidens for the song or the dance. Why run the risk, he had argued to himself during the altercation between his host and the girl, of keeping a caged tiger which in all probability would maul the household if let loose, when tame cats using their claws only upon each other could be kept safely at large? "More just than a balance art thou, O my brother," he quoted, stroking his beard. "But not for 1,000 wobi filled with gold pieces and precious stones would I of her." In her fury at the man's indifference and the insult to her beauty, Zarah brought her punishment upon herself. "Thou wouldst not of me?" she stormed as she stepped back and threw out her arms. "Of me? Thou, with thy beard thinning upon thy aging face, and thy person rounded as a mosque beneath thy belt?" She laughed shrilly, looking like some trapped wild beast, with her flashing yellow eyes and perfect teeth. "Look to thy black slaves for thy cooking, to thy withered wives for dance and song. I have the blood of the whites in me. 'Tis a pity," said the emir, making a gesture of resignation before the verbal storm which hurtled about his head. "Yea, 'tis a pity that thou dost not go to thy mother's people, and so rid our race of one who does it no honor." "Ah!" softly exclaimed Sheikh Mohammed Abd, as he let slip the rosary of Mecca between his fingers. "Well said, O my guest! Thou showest the way, thou holdst a torch to lighten my feet in the darkness. Through thy words of wisdom shall peace fall upon my dwelling for a space, and the whip upon the shoulders of she who has disgraced me." The men sat silent, the amber mouthpieces of the nargilés between their lips, while Zarah, utterly undaunted, filled in the time by smoking innumerable cigarettes with her back turned to the dais, which childish and uncontrolled action caused the emir to smile in his thinning beard. The Arab delights in deliberation and procrastination, and it is wise to let him talk round and round his subject, or if it please him better, to sit for long moments, even to the length of an hour, communing with his thoughts. "Yea," gently said the sheikh at the end of 20 minutes' hard thinking, "it is ordained. Thou, Zarah, O my daughter, shall go to the big school in Cairo, where attend the daughters of the whites, who sojourn for a while in Egypt, and there shalt thou learn the manners and customs of thy mother's people." If he had proposed strangling the girl on the spot, She could not have shown more horror. "Thou wilt send me to Cairo," she cried, flinging round. "Me, who must one day even at thy death rule in thy stead. Nay, make not the sign against the evil day, for die thou must. Thou art mad, O my father, nearing thy dotage, or distraught, or sick of a fever. What can they do, these white folk, to make me more than I am? Can they enhance my beauty by their ugly raiment? Or teach me anything that I do not know about horses or the dance? Or soften my voice by teaching me their language, which sounds like the hissing of snakes caught in a basket? Can they?" "Nay, they cannot," indifferently replied the sheik, who was as easy to move as a pyramid once his mind was set upon a project. "But they can teach thee to eat, even as did thy mother, and less like a dog with a bone between its teeth. Also can they drive home the duty of a daughter towards her father's guests. For 2 years shalt thou sojourn amongst the stranger. Then will I marry thee to whomsoever I will, if perchance there be a man who will look with favour upon one who has so dishonoured the name of her father." The emir, who was thoroughly enjoying the taming of the beautiful shrew, nodded his head in approval, whereupon the girl's hand slipped to her girdle. She was mad with rage, ripe for direst mischief, ready to kill through the workings of her untutored mind, but she reckoned without the sheik, who had not ruled a band of outlaws for nothing. As her hand slipped to her girdle he sprang, and catching her by the wrist flung her to the floor, wrenching the pistol from her fingers, whilst the emir sat unmoved, nodding his turbaned head. She was on her feet in an instant, breathless, undaunted, magnificent in her fury. "O thou," she cried, "who thinkest that a woman can be quelled by threats, thou canst not even keep me by thy side. I leave this place forever tonight, taking with me the men who, in their youth and strength, love me, leaving thee the greybeards and women and children. Oh, thou fool, thou fool!" She turned and ran swiftly across the hall as the sheik clapped his hands. She stopped dead as 2 gigantic Abyssinian slaves suddenly appeared in the doorway to inquire their master's bidding. "Let loose the greyhounds for the night," curtly commanded the sheik. The slaves pressed the pink palms of their dusky hands against their foreheads and turned to go. With a mighty effort, Zarah played for her position as future ruler of the 2 servants and won. "Bring me first my body women, here, at once!" The 2 slaves stood like graven images for an infinitesimal fraction of a second, while she looked them full in the eyes. Then they bowed to the very ground before her and departed to do her bidding. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Chapter 3 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 3. Suspicious, treacherous, remote from good works. Arabic proverb. Neither storms of tears nor threats of suicide having proved potent enough to alter the Sheikh's decision, Zarah, with as good a grace as she could muster, had acknowledged a temporary defeat and resigned herself to a visit of 2 years' duration to the well-known school for young European ladies over the age of 15 in Cairo. The school, exclusive, expensive, was looked upon more as a home from home, where distracted mothers could deposit the offspring they had not had the sense to leave behind in cooler climes, as an establishment where angles could be rounded and manners polished, rather than a seminary where such dull things as grammar and arithmetic could be learned. The Misses Cruikshanks had spent the hours they should have passed in the siesta in threshing out the question of introducing a pupil of mixed parentage into the society of the purebred, if somewhat insipid, young women entrusted to their charge. "We have made it our strictest rule, Jane, Europeans only. We have Amelia, and Maria Aporto, the dull little Portuguese, is almost as swarthy and dense as the new scullery maid, who is a mixture of Arab and Abyssinian," had countered Jane, who kept the books and knew to a piastre what the new wing with the gymnasium was going to cost. "We may lose our entire connection if we break it, Jane." "Not if we emphasize the title of her maternal grandfather. Remember, he was a Spanish nobleman. Besides, look at the terms offered. No interface from the father, who is evidently a person of great position in Arabia. Fees for 2 years, which will come to as much, if not more, than the fees for all the pupils put together for 3 years, and extra for the holidays, if we will keep her with us." Of course, we might make enough to buy a cottage in Cornwall and retire if we took the plunge, Jane. We might, if you think we could exchange this for the east winds and gray skies." They had both turned and looked out through the open window to the intense blueness of the sky, the glare of the sun, and the green of the palms tossing in the light breeze. The school stood in the European quarter. Within a stone's throw of the midden were the young ladies, whose parents could afford the extra course in riding, exercised and worried their riding masters' patience and their mounts to fiddle-strings before breakfast twice a week. All the joyous or irritating noises, according to your mood, of a big Egyptian city had come to the spinsters' ears as they sat, uncertain, weighing the pros and cons of the problem. If we break the rules just this once, and after all she is half Spanish, we might be able to go round the world before retiring, had tempted Jane, who hadn't the slightest intention of giving up work until she dropped dead between the shafts of enterprise. "And I dare say she will be a dear, gentle little soul with big brown eyes and pretty ways," had replied Amelia, surrendering unconditionally. The gentle little soul swept down upon Jane and Amelia Cruikshanks like a tornado, leaving a trail of wreckage in her path. She duly arrived at midday on camelback, alone, surrounded by an armed escort, with half a dozen snarling dromedaries laden with gifts bringing up the rear. A shouting, delighted crowd from the streets surged into the school grounds in the wake of the dromedaries, trampling down the sparse flowers and the cherished grass. The girls refused to move from the windows in response to the bells for tiffin, and screamed with delight when the boot boy inadvertently opened the door of a cage containing 6 black and white monkeys and allowed them to escape into the house. Having sworn some imprintable oaths and lain her whip smartly across the shoulders of the camel driver who had not shown himself over deft in getting her camel's legs tucked under, Zarah swept regally into the cool hall. She made a startling picture in blazing magenta satin embroidered in gold as she greeted the Misses Cruikshanks. They quaked visibly at the knee, at least Amelia did, whilst the armed escort, in concert with the school servants, packed the hall with bales of silk, boxes of sweetmeats, cages of birds, trays of jewels, and exquisite pots in brass and earthenware. Amelia trotted forward in greeting and nearly swooned under the overpowering scent which emanated from the new pupil's raiment, whilst Jane eyed her from veiled head to dainty sandal and, being an infallible judge of character by dint of sheer practice, set her mouth. Her heart, heavy through the school books which had shown a distinct deficit, had been considerably lightened when the sheikh had paid her in advance half the fees due for the taming of his child, and she had not the slightest intention of refunding the thrice-blessed sum, even if she had to emulate Job for a period of 2 years, whilst breaking in the girl committed to her care. "I'm here and I'm hungry," said Zarah in French, in response to Miss Amelia's greeting, who thereupon withdrew her hand with a hurt look in her gentle blue eyes. "Are you?" decisively replied Jane, who adored the sister she ruled. "Then you'd better come and join the other girls at tiffin until after you've washed your hands." Zarah walked slowly across to the insignificant-looking little woman with the snap in the blue eyes and the kink in the reddish hair and smiled. "Behold, we are sisters in command. I rule men, you women. I will, I think, O sister, rest with you if I stay or no." "You're staying," flatly replied Jane Cruikshanks. "Come and wash your hands." "I wash them after food." "You wash them before. Here, come." Half a moment's hesitation, and Zarah turned to follow the one person who was ultimately to win her respect, if not her affection. "I will first command my men to depart." The girls hung out of every window. The servants peeked round the corners of the house. A still greater crowd collected to watch the beautiful, disdainful Zarah when she appeared at the door and raised her right hand as a sign of dismissal to the armed escort. A firework display could hardly have been more entrancing to the native onlookers than the escort's departure. With a shout, the men flung themselves into their saddles, pulled their horses until they reared, fired a salvo of farewell, and tore through the gates like a cyclone, homeward bound, upon which Miss Amelia, who believed in doing her duty against the most appalling odds, trotted out to fetch the girl in. "My dear," she said sweetly, "I'm afraid the rice will be somewhat heavy if you delay much longer. Oh, and look, they have forgotten the dromedaries." "They are a gift from the Sheikh, my father," replied Zarah, as she bent low before the astounded little schoolmistress, "to the honored head of the house in which his daughter is to dwell." "Quite so, my dear, quite so. I'm delighted with the pets. Come with me," replied Miss Amelia, who could always be depended upon to rise to any occasion, and who secretly returned thanks that the great Sheikh had not seen fit to send 6 oxen as well. The heads of the house withdrew, after the usual introduction of the new pupil to the older ones had taken place, and a little speech of welcome had been made by Helen Raynor, the head of the school. She was the girls' ideal, before whose shrine they offered the incense of their girlish hero worship, and was leaving next day to act as secretary to her grandfather, who, an expert in the sinking of wells, was known all the world over as Egypt's water finder. Zarah, accustomed to cushions on the floor, sat down uncomfortably on a chair at the end of the table, and finally drew her feet up under her, to the delight of the girls, who surreptitiously nudged each other until they met the reproachful eyes of Helen Raynor, their best beloved and model in all things. They gasped when Zarah, whose thoughts were anywhere but on the doings of the moment, took a handful of rice from the bowl passed down the line, and stuffed a fair quantity between her teeth with her jeweled, henna'd fingers, which she proceeded to wipe forthwith on the tablecloth. But when she made use of her beautiful teeth to tear the meat from the drumstick of the emaciated fowl which followed the rice, then Maria Oporto, whose own methods of mastication were unduly audible and left much to be desired, burst into a peal of uncontrollable laughter. The laughter did not last long, for the simple reason that, with unerring aim and almost as though she handled a loaded stick, Zarah flung the chicken bone full in Maria Oporto's swarthy face, hitting her straight across the mouth, whereupon, taking no notice of Helen Raynor, as lovely in her golden hair and blue eyes and exquisite skin as was Zarah in her dusky beauty, when she rose to quell the tumult which broke out at the table, Maria Oporto, in floods of tears, subsided on the floor. "Girls," Helen cried above the uproar that ensued, "do remember what is expected of us towards a new boarder, and play up for the courtesy of the house. At present you are being simply vulgar." There fell a complete silence. "It's 10 to 1 if any of us were lunching with the friends of our new companion, that they would find our habits unusual, not to say strange." She smiled across at Zarah, who sat sullenly, without a smile, victim of a sudden, violent jealousy of the other girl's charm and beauty and breeding. Yet might all have gone well if Maria Oporto had not lifted her swarthy face, stained with a mixture of gravy and tears, above the edge of the table. "Yes," she shrilled at Zarah in execrable Spanish, "and it's a pity Helen Raynor's going away tomorrow, or you might have learned how to behave from her. She's wonderful and beautiful and the dearest darling in the whole world, but you will never, never, never be anything like her. You couldn't. You're a savage. That's what you are, a savage." Followed a strangely dramatic scene. Zarah, daughter of the desert, gifted with the Eastern's prophetic powers, rose slowly to her feet, gripping the back of her chair with one hand as she pointed at the English girl with the other. "I do not know who you are, English girl," she said in French, "nor whence you came or where you go, but our paths have crossed at the place appointed by fate, and they will cross and recross, and you will hold what I desire, and I will wrest it from you." Her great eyes, the color of the desert sand, opened wide as she leant forward in the shuttered room, staring far beyond Helen Raynor, and far beyond the room and the garden wall outside into the future. She spoke quietly, as though to herself and the girls and Jane Cruikshanks, who stood unnoticed in the doorway, shivering slightly as they listened. "I know not what I have to learn from you unless it is pain, English girl. I know not what it is that you hold and I desire, for behold, I see myself upon the topmost peak of the high mountain, and you as dust beneath my feet. And I see steps, and coming up the steps, one who turns his face from me to you, so that I see naught but a scar upon his forehead. I can see no more. I... She backed from the table and stood against the wall unconsciously dramatic under the power of the gift of prophecy which had come to her with her father's blood, then turned and left the room. Jane Cruikshanks, who had never been known to miss an opportunity, immediately stepped forward and poured the cold water of common sense and reasoning upon the conflagration of immature romance which flared in the 20 young hearts around the dining-room table, explained and suggested things, until the girls declared themselves as only too willing to cooperate in the task of civilizing the new arrival. Sometimes love has been planted by one glance alone. Arabic proverb. It proved no easy matter. Stifled in the narrow confines of the best bedroom, Zarah smashed the windows on the first night and plumped her mattress on the veranda, and, waking at dawn, as was her custom in her mountain home, sprang at the gardener, who gazed enraptured upon the sleeping beauty, causing him to fall backwards down the steps and twist an ankle, upon which disaster, and in an effort to stop his vociferous lamentations, she dashed into her bedroom and, through the broken window, flung a bag of gold at him, which, catching him in the chest, caused him to forget the hurt to his ankle and fall upon his knees with his face turned toward Mecca in thanksgiving for the unexpected stroke of good fortune. Undisciplined, uncontrolled, miserable through want of occupation and interest in those about her, she simply refused to work or to obey in any way until silver streaks appeared in Amelia Cruikshank's mousy, scanty hair. The first day after her arrival, she flung her entire silken wardrobe on the ground and her magnificent jewelry on the top, and stamped on it all when the maid came to tidy the litter, then cursed the terrified menial until she fled the room and rushed to the distracted maiden sisters to give notice. When Amelia Cruikshanks, greatly fearing, approached the new pupil with the cotton skirt and blouse and necessary undergarments, and gently intimated that they would become her better than the heavily embroidered silks and satins and jewelry she wore, she tore the offending articles to ribbons and wound herself from neck to heel in something scarlet and of great daring. She boxed the servants' ears with one hand and loaded them with gifts with the other, until their time was fully occupied in running to give notice and running back to retract it. She smoked in bed and all over the house, and trailed into class heavily scented, laden with jewels, beautiful, arrogant, scornful, to sit cross-legged upon the floor, watching the girls from under their heavily fringed lids. The third day after her arrival, she lounged into the room where Signor Enrico was essaying to find a golden thread among a British damsel's throaty vocal cords, and seizing a guitar from the wall, sang a passionate Arabian love song in her glorious contralto until the whole house crept to the door to listen, and the professor tore his hair in rapture. She sat up o' nights for the best part of the first week, brooding upon the incident of the chicken bone, and the insult with which Maria Oporto's derisive words had scorched her memory. So deeply did she resent the incident, for so long did she brood, that she ended by hating the very memory of Helen Raynor and her beauty and her influence over the house. It is not wise to jest with the Arab, but it is absolutely fatal to hold him up to ridicule. He will revenge the pleasantry at his expense sooner or later, even if he has to wait for years or even a lifetime. Even if he has to leave this world with the task unaccomplished, handing it down as a heritage to his children. "Savage!" she said as she watched the sunset on the first night of her arrival. "Savage! I will make that toad-faced daughter of a cross-eyed she-camel eat her words mixed with bitterness before we part. I will make them, all of them, the pale-faced daughters, the plank-bodied elders, the miserable servants, acknowledge me as queen in this barren dwelling before my 2 years of prison are spent. I will make them forget the English girl as though she had never been, and when I meet her again, the haughty, contemptuous Helen Raynor, for it is written that we shall meet, I will make her wish that death had smitten her before the crossing of our paths. By—" She swore a mighty oath as the sun slipped behind the far horizon. She repeated it at every sunset, and she kept it, spurred to its fulfillment by Jane Cruikshanks, who tumbled to the one way of making the girl walk upon the road which stretched in the contrary direction to the primrose path of dalliance upon which she desired to travel. "Wait, my dear Amelia," Jane said at the end of the first 2 tempestuous months as she brushed her crisp hair, whilst Amelia voiced the desirability of returning the girl to her father. "She is learning slowly, but she is learning. I can see a difference already, although she is too proud to confess her room for improvement. When we find something to really interest her, then we shall be secure. I told her she was not quick enough to learn English. What is the result? She already speaks a few words. I tell her she is too clumsily built to wear European clothes. What do we see? Or rather, what do we not see? She wears a riding corset, many sizes too big for her, it's true, but she wears it. Also shoes with heels as high as the Great Pyramid. I repeat, we have but to find something that will really interest her, and she will not want to leave us." The riding lessons proved the cure for homesickness which overwhelmed the Sheikh's daughter. She went out one morning to watch the riding master put 6 of the girls, and the hacks they rode, more or less intelligently, through their paces, and stayed to make the rings round the man and to terrify the girls by the marvellous stunts she performed on the master's horse. She sent a courier for her own stallion, a pure white, purebred Neji, to receive instead 6 mares which she presented to the Misses Cruikshanks as a gift from her father, with the intimation that he made himself responsible for their upkeep and stable fees. She established a class of her own for special riding lessons, to which she invited a chosen few. She secretly trained the least gentle of the mares to buck and rear at the word Oporto. She lured Maria Oporto onto the beast's back and put the girl through half an hour which nearly proved her end. "It's a pity you can't stick on," she cried scornfully when the Portuguese fell at her feet in a sitting position and with the most resounding thud. "You might learn to ride if you did. The mare's wonderful and beautiful and the dearest darling in the world, but you'll never, never, never ride. You couldn't. You're a sack of potatoes. That's what you are, a sack of potatoes." The first shoot of the poisonous weed of revenge rooted in her heart. Little by little she changed outwardly until Amelia and Jane Cruikshanks came to look upon her as one of the best pupils, plus a millionaire in the way of a father. "How beautifully she sits and walks and behaves at table," said Amelia to Jane, as they watched Zarah in the grounds one morning in the middle of her last term. "What a credit to us when she goes with the elder girls to a theatre or a dance. How attractive to the opposite sex. And yet how dignified, almost scornful. How beautiful in her European clothes, and how sweetly obedient in wearing them, and in only smoking 3 times a day, and then in the seclusion of her bedroom. Yes, but I'm glad we allowed her to wear her native dress every morning when she rides by herself on the midden before anyone is about. One cannot be too severe with an opening little heart like hers. We shall be simply lost without her. How quick she is in her studies, how generous. Yes, indeed. Did you know that she found little Sissy Jenkins in tears this morning, and gave her a silver bracelet and a big box of Turkish delight to comfort her? She hadn't. She had struck the child for no cause whatever, in a sudden flash of the cruelty which had earned her her nickname, even amongst her father's savage followers, and which deep down lay dormant, fierce, and terrible, under the veneer of breeding with which the deluded little schoolmistresses had plastered her. She had bribed the child to silence with gifts, whilst longing to strike the podgy little face again. She craved for the end of the term when she could tear the stifling European clothes from her, eat with her fingers, sit cross-legged, and smoke all day long if she so pleased. One thing she had learned in her sojourn amongst the whites, which for a time was to enable her to establish herself as a very ruler of uncivilized men. She had learnt the rudiments of self-control. Where she had leapt blindly under the lash of her ungovernmental temper, she now waited, giving her crafty brain time to work. Where she had once stormed and raved, she now shrugged her shoulders and smiled with a "I will give you an answer later. I must have time to think." Admired for her beauty, envied for her brilliance, liked for her seemingly generous way in which she flung money to beggars and gifts to all and sundry, yet she failed to take Helen Raynor's place in the hearts of those who had known her. so that she cherished an incredible hatred for the girl who had done her no harm whatever. She stood on the veranda this morning an hour before breakfast, waiting for her syce to bring her mare, staring across the grounds toward the midden where guests of the Hotel Savoy also waited for their horses, stared without seeing them or fate crouching under the cactus hedge which separated the school grounds from the midden. She was almost at the zenith of her beauty, which, in the East, buds, blossoms, and fades almost in the passing of an hour. She was infinitely good to look upon, as thought the gardener who had gazed upon her the first night of her arrival, as he peered in admiration at her from behind a clump of shrubs this day, her last day in the school, if she had but known it. She wore satin trousers so voluminous that they hung like a skirt when she did not move, a full, short-sleeved chiffon vest under a black velvet bolero, sandals on her feet, a scarlet belt about her slim waist, and an orange-colored flower in her rebellious curls. As she stood waiting, she idly compared the men who had come as suitors for her hand to her mountain home just over 2 years ago, with the European men she had met in her short excursions into the world under the wing of a schoolmate's mother stationed in Cairo. She smiled and shrugged her shoulders and reached for a pomegranate into which, knowing herself to be alone, she dove her teeth in none too dainty a manner. "Love," she said as she laughed, "what have I, who will one day rule, to do with men? If love is to come to me it will come. Thy beloved is the object that thou lovest, were it even a monkey." She laughed again as she quoted the Arabian proverb, "Kismet, let love come to me, I will even conquer love." She spread her fingers against the Arab's belief in the ill luck of even numbers as a clock struck 6, and ran to the top of the steps at the sound of shouting from the midden. Shouting and a scream and the thunder of a horse's hoofs. She clapped her hands in delight at the sound, knowing that a horse, with the bit between its teeth, was heading straight for the cactus hedge and trouble, thrilled from head to foot, and ran down the steps toward the spot where, her desert-trained ear told her, the horse was making for, raised herself on tiptoe, and laughed aloud at the sight of the terrified, riderless beast racing toward her. Blind and mad with fear, she thought, as she stood waiting. Terror is just the one thing that will take a horse over a cactus hedge with its dagger points as strong as steel. On ordinary occasions you may use your spurs or your whip or try coaxing or deception, only to find that your horse will rear or plunge or roll or stand stock still, shaking with fear, rather than approach within yards of the deadly barrier. Terrified by a newspaper, which had been blown into its face by the breeze, Bustard, thoroughbred stallion, and Ralph Trenchard's favorite mount, had broken from his syce and made for the open, heedless of the prickly fence, which stretched between the white thing that had jumped from the ground and struck him across the eyes and liberty. Tucking his hind quarters well under, he cleared the hedge with an inch to spare and landed magnificently by the side of the girl who, judging to a nicety the infinitesimal pause which follows a landing, caught the flowing mane and was into the saddle before the great beast had realized that a human was anywhere near. Shouts of "Wah wah!" and "By Gad, well done!" came from the midden, where the riders rode up to the hedge to see what was happening, whilst those girls who were advanced enough in their toilet tore from the schoolhouse to witness this fresh escapade of the Sheikh's daughter. Recognizing the stallion as a Nejdi, which, being translated, means perfection in horseflesh, Zarah did not attempt to use the reins. She rode with her knees, talking soothingly, calling the beautiful beast by soft names in the language of his own country until, bit by bit, he slackened from the runaway gallop to a canter to a trot, then stopped dead a few yards away from the school gates. Zarah looked over her shoulder and thrilled again, this time with a great desire to show her power over horses to the onlookers, but especially to her schoolmates, who seemed to think that life consisted of wearing the right clothes and eating from the end of a fork. She turned Bustard and took him at a canter to the place in the hedge where the cactus was well hidden under a massive creeper. She smiled when, scenting mischief, he danced sideways and shook his handsome head, and took him back over and over again, talking to him until at last he stood quite still and tried to nibble the nearest leaf. By the same token, If she had been by herself, and wearing her golden spurs, she would have raked the satiny sides with the needle points until she had forced him over through sheer agony. Instead, aware of spectators, she took him back to the far side of the grounds, turned him, called to him, rode him at a thundering gallop at the hedge, and lifted him magnificently over, failing to notice what looked like an overhanging branch, but was really a finger of fate, which swept her out of the saddle and senseless into Ralph Trenchard's arms. She opened her eyes and looked into the handsome face as he carried her across the grounds. "You," she said, raising her hand to touch a scar upon his forehead, then smiled at the stirring of love in her heart. "I knew you had come, for so it is written," she whispered, and relapsed into unconsciousness, just as Jane Cruikshanks ran from the house, followed by a stately Bedouin who had been sent by the dying sheikh to fetch his daughter home. End of chapter 3. Recording by Angela Jeffries, Shelbyville, Illinois.
Chapter 4 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dwarika. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 4. Him who goodness will not mend, he will not mend. Arabic proverb. Zarah stood at the point of the great V which cleft the outer ring of the mountain, and from which started the path leading down to the plateau. That the dying sheikh's daughter was expected there was no doubt, as showed the bonfire upon the mountain's highest peaks, streaking the purple, starlit sky with orange flames. Yet, save for the Arab who stood patiently near the spear which marked the beginning of the hidden path, with the camels which had brought them safely and at full speed across the desert and the quicksands, there was neither sign of life, nor shout of greeting, nor firing of rifles in salutation. She looked back across the limitless, billowing desert, showing under the stars like a great ocean of endless and broken waves frozen into immobility as they surged from north to south by some magician's hand. She laughed softly at the thought of the civilization she had dropped, as one drops an outworn cloak from about the shoulders, and had left for ever upon the outskirts of the great deserts of which she was the child. She looked ahead into the future and down the narrow path dividing her from the dying man, over whose kingdom in the heart of the mountain she would so shortly rule. Giving no thought to her father in her utter selfishness, she laughed aloud in sheer delight at the picture conjured up by her ambition, laughed until the sweet, soft notes were flung against the rocks by the hot wind from the south and carried through the cleft down to the open space where they were thrown into echo from this side to that side over the sparkling waters until they broke and were lost in the baying of the great dogs which, eyes red with hate and ruffs upstanding, fought to get out of the kennel so as to reach the woman they hated. She shivered at the sound, although the hot wind from the south enfolded her like a blanket, and suddenly overwhelmed with a desire to see some living creature in the place of death and sorrows, took a quick step forward and then shrank behind a rock. Upon a ledge, high up on the mountainside, to which it seems that only a goat could possibly have climbed, sat blind Yusuf, singing to himself. The corn passed from hand to hand, but it cometh at last to the mill. He sang the words of the proverb as he sat staring down at Zarah the Cruel as though he had eyes in the scarred face with which to see her. It comes at last to the mill. It comes at the last to the mill. He repeated the words over and over again, whilst the rosary of Mecca slipped between his sensitive fingers, and the girl, steeped in the superstition of her race, spread hers in the gesture of a ward of misfortune, and touched an amulet of good luck which hung about her neck. Did he know she was there? Had he come ironically to welcome her and to bid her hasten to her father's side, as had bidden the men who had awaited her at Hutta with swiftest camels? Or had he, dire figure of ill omen, been set upon her path by fate this night, when the scorching wind blew from the south, heralding the storm? There was no time to ponder the question. There was only just time enough in which to register a woe, to lay some cunning trap into which the blind man should set his feet and find his death, as though by dire mischance. No, there was no time, for she suddenly fathomed the meaning of the intense silence and stillness, and gathering her draperies about her, slipped as noiselessly as some tiger cat under the ledge upon which the blind man sat, and down the steep path. She did not look up, she did not look back, else might she have seen the face of Yusuf the blind turn in her direction with the scared mouth twisted in smile. She sped as quickly as the path would allow her, spurred by the thought of the men who gathered round their dying chief, only waited for the failing heart to cease beating, to acclaim one of themselves as his successor in her place. She knew full well the men who would be chosen if she failed to reach her father in time. Even Al-Assad, half-caste, bloodthirsty, ambitious, as physically powerful as the lion after which he had been named, outcast from the Binu Harb tribe, but more through the fact that his father had been a Nubian slave than for the crimes he had committed in the light-heartedness of youth. As she ran, she conjured a picture of the men who had taken blind Yusuf's place at her father's right hand, and who had dared to look at her with something more than respect due to the Sheikh's daughter in his handsome eyes. There was no sign of any man as she fled across the plateau, neither the hour for sleep having come for the woman and the children. Was there sound of life, but a great light shone through the barred windows of the Hall of Judgment far up on the mountainside. She raced up the steps and stood, breathless, in the doorway, unseen by the men gathered about the men whom they loved, who lay dying of the wounds received in the last great fights with Bedouins, who had fallen upon the brigands as they peacefully returned with much spoil from raiding a caravan journeying towards Oman. Knowing the effect of a mystery upon her race, she wrapped herself in her great white cloak, pulled the veils about her face, and yashmak beneath her eyes, which flashed with no soft light. She cursed beneath her breath when the men rose and spoke together, looking towards Al-Assad, who stared down at Sheikhs lying so quietly at his feet. She arrived too late. Her father had died without blessing her and proclaiming her his successor. She cared nothing about the blessing, but she knew that without the proclamation she stood no earthly chance against the claim Al-Assad would enforce through sheer brute force. Superstition helped her in her need. She believed that the soul lingered in the body for 3 days after the heart has ceased to beat, and she acted unhesitatingly, fearlessly upon the belief. She bent and picked up the lance lying upon the ground, and raised it above her head just as, without seeing her in the shadow, the men moved in a body towards Al-Assad. She pit her indomitable will against the mighty power of death. She flung it across the space which divided her from her father, and for a fraction of time pulled him back to the world he had loved exceeding well. "Hail, father!" she shouted. "Hail, father!" she shouted again, as the men turned swiftly in her direction, then moved hastily backwards when the right hand of the man whom they supposed dead moved. Motionless from fear, they stared at, without recognizing Zara, as she stood, tall and straight, in the shadows, wrapped in white from head to foot, her eyes closed under the supreme effort she was making, her right hand raised, holding a spear ready for throwing. She bent a little forward as she made one last bid for power, and the sonorousness of her voice, which sounded like the calling of evil one in the mountain, the men touched the amulet around their necks. "Hail, father!" she shouted once again, until her words seemed to beat like wings against the walls, which had been built by holy hands. "Speak, father! Our troop passeth on. Speak! Speak! Speak!" Al-Assad, the lion-hearted, backed against the wall as the sheikh, his feet upon the edge of the world to come, slowly turned his head toward his daughter. The others flung the end of their cloaks across their eyes, touching their amulets. The girl stood quite still, her father dead white, her nostril pinched, her breath whistling between her closed teeth. "Farewell, daughter. Rule wisely in my stead. Take only from those who have more than is necessary for life. Lift up the fallen, help the needy, spare not in charity towards my brother Yusuf, with whose safe keeping I charge thee, lest evil befall thee. Throw thou the spear ere I close my eyes, as a sign that thou steppest into my shoes, O my daughter." The sheikh's words rang clear as a bell, but as though from a long distance. His eyes did not waver as the spear, thrown with unerring aim, flashed across the room. He whispered "Mercedes," and closed them forever as it buried itself in the cushions at his feet. Zarah the Cruel had triumphed for a moment over death. But she had caught the look of dismay on Al-Assad's face and stealthy movement of the men's hands towards their cummerbunds. Without hesitating, with no intention of allowing a second to elapse before driving her victory home, she passed slowly up the room towards the dais, unarmed, fearless in the strength of her tremendous personality. She took no notice of the men as, wrapped in her cloak and veil, she slowly ascended the steps of the dais and knelt to kiss her father. She looked down upon him for a moment, then taking a massive gold ring from the first finger of his right hand, slipped it on her own and rose to her feet. "'Tis she," whispered Volux. "'Tis Zarah the Cruel." "Nay, brother, it cannot be. She was a child bordering upon womanhood. This is a woman grown, who is as the gazelle in her walk, and as the jasmine in her perfume. Maybe this the spirit of her mother, who has come to meet the Lord, or perchance—" They stopped speaking, and took a step nearer the centre of the dais as Zara played her trump card. She dropped the veils from her head, the yashmak from before her face, and the cloak from her shoulders, standing revealed in the garment she had done at Hatta in the oasis of Harik. She was ravenous from hunger and almost dead with fatigue, but stood without a tremor, glittering from head to foot in the jewels which embroidered the voluminous orange satin trouser, travel-stained sandals, and the bolero, which allowed the satin skin to show at the waist. Her face was white, her crimson mouth parted in a slight smile, her yellow eyes passed slowly from one face to the other, and on to the next to those fierce, unscrupulous men who watched her for a while and then, with all inconstancy of the Arab, reverted, with the exception of Al-Assad, to their former elegance as they succumbed to the call of her beauty. A sudden tremendous shout of reception and of welcome went up. Allah Waslan, Allah Waslan. They shouted the words over and over again until the women and children wakened on the far side of the mountains, and the birds which inhabited the secluded spot rose twittering and screaming in clouds, to be whirled this way and that way by the wind from the south, which seemed, in its suffocating heat, to have swept across the open mouth of hell. Slowly Zara the beautiful, the relentless, raised her right hand, upon which shone her father's ring, above her head to quell the tumult, and, as a great silence fell, stretched it out to the men, who, with the exception of Al-Assad, rushed forward and kneeling, touched her sandaled foot, acknowledging her as chief. She had won. There was no tenderness, no love in her eyes as she looked down upon them. Neither was there softness in her heart as she looked into the future. She would rule the men with an iron hand and drive them with a whip of steel, favoring those who did her bidding, treading beneath her heel those who rebelled until she ground them in the dust. She would be their Hadiya, the woman to lead them into battle, even as had led Aisha, the wife of Muhammad, the prophet of Allah, the one and only God. She would make the mountain home a corner of paradise, and her dwelling a place of gold and precious stones as a frame of her beauty. I stand in my father's place, O man, she cried. I have taken the ring of government from the Sheikh's fingers, which are locked in those of death. Obey me, and I will raise you to the heights you, no, not one of you, have dreamed of. Rebel, and I will set your bodies upon the highest peak as a food for vultures. I will go forth with you, lead you, no, give ear until I have come to the end of my words, for I will not speak again. Yeah, I will lead you forth and bring you back with the golden kettle and fair women, until the frame of these rocks is spread from the north to the south and from east to the west. I will have none but the beautiful, none but the brave about me to do my bidding. I She stopped short at a sound from the far end of the hall and raised her head. Yusuf, blind, scared, terrible to behold, strayed back at her from the shadow of the door, challenging her proud statement with his empty orbits, repudiating her words without a sound or movement. Save for Yusuf the blind, she concluded slowly, as she raged inwardly at the men's temerity, whom I must need to take to my heart in obedience of my father's dying wish. She gave no outward sign of rage which swept her as she finished speaking, but she looked round for someone upon whom to vent her wrath and found him in Al-Assad, who leaned against the wall, watching her from out the corner of his eyes. Thou, she said, her voice cutting across the silence like a whip, why for standest thou when others kneel? "The lion does not flee before gazelle," replied Al-Assad, who had loved her from the first moment he had seen her. Zara made a little motion of her hand, which brought the men to their feet, then beckoned Al-Assad, who walked slowly towards her, into the trap she had set for him. She had more than one weapon in her armory, and more than one form of punishment in her mind. That the man loved her in his savage way, she had always known; that he had worked to succeed the dead sheikh and thereby to force her into becoming his own woman if she wished to rule, she had guessed intuitively, and in a second of time had thought out a plan in which, through his humiliation, she could revenge herself for the insult. She was well above medium height, but seemed small beside Al-Assad as he towered above her, mighty arms folded across his breast, looking down upon her beauty. He was a magnificent animal with all the animal's instinct and a dog's fidelity, but she feared him not a bit. She looked up at the handsome face with almost negroid lips and into the flashing eyes down into the heart, as childish as it was vain, and smiled and raised her hand when he made a quick step forward. "I am footsore," she said softly. "I have cut my sandals upon the rocky path." She may have heard the sharp intake of breath, but she took no notice when the men turned, the one to the other, as Al-Assad knelt. His fingers trembled in the tumult of his love for the beautiful woman, as he unfastened the knotted ribbons of her sandals. His heart leapt as he bent and kissed the little foot, leaving his manhood in the dust beneath it. He sprang to his feet, holding the golden sandal against his breast, shrinking back against the wall at the men's laughter, in which the woman he loved joined. "Neither does the gazelle fear the dead lion," she mocked, as he fled from the hall out into the night and up to his dwelling upon the mountainside, where he flung himself full length upon the ground with the golden sandals against his lips. "I love thee, I love thee," he whispered, "and will serve thee to my last hour, and with all my strength. If I cannot be thy king, thy master, I will be thy slave. One day perchance thou too wilt waken to love, and learn what suffering means." If he had but known, love had come to her, love for the white man, causing her to suffer through the shaft of the chains which bound her. Zara watched the great figure as he fled past blind Yusuf and through the doorways out into the night, then smiled, and stopping, lifted her cloak and spread it across the dead sheikh. "I will sleep in the bed of my fathers," she said curtly. "Bring me meat and wine to my bedchamber. Tomorrow I will commit my dead father to the sands, and will make choice amongst the slaves for those who will attend me both night and day. Obey me, and I will be well with all of you. Resist me, and your lives will be even darker than this night of storm." The men, so long held upon the leash by the dead sheikh, so long baffled in their fierce desires, shouted their praises as they made a way for her. She passed them without looking at them, glittering with jewels, superb in her strength. She climbed the steps leading to the dwelling wherein her father had slept, and up to the roof, and leaning to the balustrade raised her face to the sky, which showed sullen and starless. Great sandstorms do not sweep the desert of Arabia, bringing devastation in their path, but the hot wind from the south will lift the topmost layer of sand hundreds of feet into the air, where it hangs like a pall across the heavens, causing men to hide their faces and cattle to flee for shelter from the terrific heat which descends from it, scorching the earth. She walked to the corner of the room from which, through the cleft in the rock, the red sand of desert could be seen stretching in great waves away to the south. She stared down and drew her hands across her eyes and stared again, drew back with a half-uttered cry of fear, then moved forward, leaning far over the coping, looking down. At the very edge of the quicksands, and as far out across the green waste as I could see, white shapes danced and whirled, and both retreating, advancing, whirling hand in hand, flinging their white raiment up to the sky, which hung like a dun-colored ceiling low down above their caperings. The scorching, sand-laden wind blew against her lips and through her hair and seemed to press like a great bar of red-hot iron against the satin skin which showed beneath her bodies. And yet she stood looking down, watching the light flicker this way and that way over the quicksands, and the ghostly forms running up in pairs, in ones, in twos, in files up and down and over the sand waves until they melted into far distance. She had heard the tale of the half-starved, half-witted, degenerated races which are supposed to inhabit the mysterious, unexplored depths of the great desert, living like lizards, worshipping the elements, intermarrying until brain and body are sapped of strength, and for the first time she felt grateful for the ring of quaking sand which kept her safe from robbers, beasts, and such foul creatures as those which danced so merrily under the lowering sky. She loved beauty, she loved strength, and watched with shudder until the last white figure, leaping and bounding, had followed its fellows back to the unexplored regions of the desert, then knelt and bowed her beautiful head almost to the ground. But she knelt before the scorching flame of the love which had sprung up in her heart for Ralph Trenchard, as she had lain in his arms, not for a day, not for an hour of the day, had he been out of her thoughts since the morning of the accident. She lay awake at night, thinking of the handsome face bent down to hers. She thrilled at the thought of his arms about her. She had thought of himself unceasingly as she raced death to reach her father. She had sworn by beard of prophet, which being a soulless woman she had no right to do, to bring him some day to her mountain home and forever to her feet. She stretched out her arms and called him by name, scorched by the hot wind which had twisted the sand into dancing shapes, sending them capering and leaping this way and that way, in the cross eddies from the east, a ghostly phenomenon seen once in a lifetime, if that. She ran to the side and looked out across the desert, which lay silent, foreboding, empty, and shivered under a sudden premonition of evil. "Where are you?" she cried, beating her hands upon the burning stone. "Where are you? I love you, love you, love you, and I'm calling you." There was no answer. At that very moment Ralph Trenchard rode into the holiday camp pitched by Helen Raynor and her grandfather, Egypt's water-finder. They had pitched it some 50 miles west of Ismailia while they waited start upon the expedition into Arabia, which had for its object the discovery of water hidden in the heart of the range of mountains, as described upon vellum inscribed by holy Palladius. End of chapter 4. Recording by Dwarika.
Chapter 5 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Gallagher. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 5. A rose issues from thorns. Arabic proverb. The desert looked like an immense mosque, with vast purple dome inlaid with silvery stars, spread with a carpet of many colors, gray, amethyst, saffron, fawn, stretching to eternity for the feet of the worshippers to tread. It held the peace of great spaces, and the prayer of the everlasting, and changed, in the twinkling of the stars, to the likeness of a fairy meadow, in which flowers of every shape nodded and curtsied and bowed to each other, as far as eye could see. Flowers formed by the light breeze, which twisted and turned the sand in little spirals, until the desert seemed covered with dancing silvery poppies, across which love came as silently, as unexpectedly, as it comes in country lanes or the city's crowded thoroughfares. Helen Raynor looked over her shoulder towards the camp, pitched under the isolated palms, which formed the so-called oasis, and smiled at the sound of her boy's voice, raised to what he termed a love song, but which had all the monotonous ring of a long drawn-out litany of personal woes. She sat on a hummock of sand, dazzlingly fair in the starlight, with a smile of content on her broad, humorous mouth, and the expectancy of youth in her great blue eyes, whilst the golden sand trickled between her fingers as she counted the seconds of the hour in which love and adventure were to come to her. She thought lazily of the hot weather months just past, spent quite happily in the big old palace of Ismailia, bought by her grandfather, who, in his wanderings in the desert, had acquired some of the attributes of the salamander and an unconscious thoughtlessness toward the well-being of his neighbor. Unattracted by the little she knew of the world, she had been intensely grateful at the unconventional turn life had taken 3 years ago, inaugurating a new mode of existence, with vista of unknown lands and good promise of great adventure. She had proved herself of the greatest assistance to her irascible grandfather. There was no doubt about it that, although he seldom bit, he certainly barked furiously, or rather yapped without ceasing, driving others almost frantic through the methodical working of a mind which teased the most infinitesimal detail to shreds, wore him to fiddle-strings, led him from success to success, and caused his secretaries one after another to fold their tents and to steal away to less nerve-racking fields of labor. Since leaving school, Helen had firmly established herself as his secretary and had accompanied him wherever he had been sent by the irrigation department. She had made herself responsible for his creature comforts, which almost amounted to nil, and the good conduct of the staff, which learned to adore her, with the exception of Pierre Lefort. Half French, half native, he was of the worst type of Oriental. Eaten up with the vanity of the superficially educated, but with a genuine great knowledge of the Arabian horse and the obstreperous camel, the young man had managed to make himself seemingly indispensable to Sir Richard on his expeditions. Helen became accustomed to great distances and solitude, and her eyes gained the steadfast look of those who look upon the sky as the roof of their dwelling, whilst her unfailing sense of humor invariably brought her safely through the most trying ordeals. Diplomatically feeling her way through the barbed wire entanglement of her grandfather's testiness, she gained a great influence over the brilliant man, and, knowing how he chafed against the authoritative methods and manner of the government official, had dropped the suggestion in his all-willing ear of taking a busman's holiday, a holiday expedition with the object of trying to find out the whereabouts of the legendary water in the great red desert, the discovery of which had become almost an obsession with him since the day he had read the vellum inscribed by the holy Palladius. They had spent the hot weather months in getting ready for the expedition, helped enthusiastically by every member of the staff excepting Pierre Lefort, who, loving the dregs of the European society he frequented in the cities and the corners of the bazaar to which he rightly belonged, had made use of every means in his power to frustrate their endeavors. He had sworn an epidemic amongst the camels and dromedaries in Arabia proper, which was causing them to die by hundreds, to an absolute dearth of camel drivers, owing to the terror the men had of the animal's disease, to the truth of the terrible tales that had lately come to hand of the activities of a notorious robber gang, led by a woman, which swooped down from nowhere upon unwary travelers, that, in consequence of this band of brigands, neither guide nor servant could be procured for love or money on the other side, and that last but not least, no man had ever been known to penetrate even a little way into the empty desert and to return alive. Each of his objections had been met, the expedition, down to the smallest detail, carefully mapped out, the date for the start fixed, and the camp pitched some 50 miles out of Ismailia. Pierre Lefort would doubtlessly, if sullenly, have accompanied the party for the sake of the monetary gain, if he had not fallen a victim to the wiles of a dancer in the bazaar. Had ensued a heated scene between him and Sir Richard, which ended by the latter taking him by the collar of the coat and impelling him, none too gently, back upon the roads toward the Ismailia. Since then, a week had passed, which Sir Richard had spent in racing, as fast as swiftest camel could take him, into Ismailia, there to interview men with a knowledge of camels and horses, and racing back to tell his granddaughter of the blanks he had drawn. There remained another fortnight in which to find someone endowed with camel and horse sense, and Helen had just fled the camp after a trying scene with her distracted and pessimistic relative. "Granddads," she had said after the recital of the latest failure, "I have an idea, although it's only a faint hope kind of idea." "Well," had snapped Granddads, who was ready to take his ships of the desert into almost any kind of a port to protect himself from the storm of failure which threatened to burst. "I think you are making a great mountain out of your molehill." "Meaning?" "Lefort. There are others who understand as much about horses as he does. I do, for one, almost, and so does Abdul, who did all the spade work under him. Let me be vet, with Abdul for head groom, and—" "What?" Sir Richard had sprung from his canvas chair with a bound which would have done credit to a jerboa or kangaroo rat. "You, in charge of the horses? You? And what do you know of camels, may I ask?" "As much, dearest, as anybody, which amounts to nothing. If it's sick, it usually makes up its obstinate mind to die, so there's no use worrying about that. If you want to get an extra hour of work out of it, you give it some most noisome lump of barley meal and water, and add a cupful of whiskey if you want it to waltz. If you want it to go to the right, touch it on the left, and vice versa, and if it's out on a non-stop run, hang your coat over its head to pull it up. It will go 6 days in the summer, and, I believe, 10 in the winter, without a drink, and is warranted to eat everything it comes across. In fact, I saw Molly making breakfast of your oldest pair of night slippers this very morning." All that she had said was true. She was a magnificent horsewoman, and there was mighty little she did not know about horses. In fact, up to her 15th birthday, she had unequally divided her time between her lessons and her horses, to the decided detriment of the former. Then, upon the death of her mother, had entreated to be allowed to accompany her grandfather to Egypt. He, unpractical in everything that did not concern the finding of water in desert places, had consented, and, acting upon some motherly soul's advice, offered directly that they had arrived in Cairo, had pushed her promptly under the sheltering wings of Miss Cruikshanks. But she might as well have pleaded with the Great Pyramid this night of stars, as she had sat just outside the tent, with her beautiful head against the canvas, whilst her distracted kinsman had figuratively rent his raiment in wrath. "You," he had cried, "what authority would you have over that pack of rapscallions that look after the shameless beasts called camels, any one of which, in the eyes of the average Mohammedan, is of 100 times more value than a woman? I know all about woman's rights in England, but let me tell you that that means nothing, absolutely less than nothing, out here, where she is not even allowed to possess a soul of her own, much less a vote. No, if I can't find a man to fill the post, I will resign myself to having failed, throw up my position in the irrigation department, and take to beekeeping in England." And Helen Raynor, who firmly believed that if a thing is to happen, it happens, and that nothing can prevent it from happening, also vice versa, had ridden some miles out into the silence, where she had hobbled her mare and sat down upon the hummock to think things over. She sat facing the direction in which Ismailia lay, sat quite still, until the peacefulness of the desert seemed to enfold her and to wipe out the memory of the past weeks, which had gone far to disturb the tranquillity she so loved to bring into the daily life of the camp. She looked all round in utter content, and lifted her face to the stars, and listened to the great silence, unbroken now even by the love-song, then sat forward and stared in the direction of Ismailia. Great is the solitude of the desert, with no sign of life in it at all. Haunting in its solitude when, in the far distance, a solitary figure moves slowly across the limitless sands. It is the most perfect illustration of the little span of life granted each of us upon this earth. Out of seeming nothing, remote, alone, the figure approaches, growing clearer and clearer to the watching eye. Maybe for a space he stops and raises his head to the star-strewn sky, or maybe he passes on, heedless of God's thoughts about him. Even if he stays, it will be but for a brief second before he continues his journey, growing dimmer and dimmer until he passes out of sight, alone, into apparent nothingness. Helen Raynor sat watching the solitary figure as it came slowly towards her from a far distance, and pressed her hand upon her heart, troubled by the biblical picture, the silence, the unknown. So might Abraham have looked in his youth, or Job before affliction fell upon him, or Boaz, or David, for the desert has not changed since their day, nor has the camel learned to hasten its pace or to alter the insolence of its gait. The night breeze died away suddenly, and the flowers born of it faded, leaving a path marked in gray and silver, as though the tide had but just receded from it, for the passage of the camel's feet, which were suddenly urged to a swift trot by its rider, who rode bareheaded and wrapped in a burnous. When about a mile off, Ralph Trenchard raised his hand above his head in salutation to the figure he could see sitting on the hummock, and urged his camel quicker still, then pulled it to a halt, and sat, stared at the girl, who looked like some silver statue under the light of the stars, then slipped to the ground instead of bringing the beast to its knees, hobbled it, dropped the white cloak, and followed the beckoning finger of love, whom he could not see for the beauty of the girl, along the path which had been marked for him to tread even before the days of Abraham. And Helen Raynor rose and walked towards him, holding out her hand, so that they neared each other and met yet again, as those who truly love do meet down the ages, and will meet until, in perfect understanding, they become one perfect spirit which will not be divided even by the short-lived dream of death. "I seem to know you so well," said Ralph Trenchard quietly. "And I you. I have seen you. I recognize the scar across your temple." Helen Raynor pressed her hand against her forehead in an effort to capture the elusive memory which had suddenly flitted through her mind. "I cannot remember. My name is Ralph Trenchard, and my business in Egypt one of pleasure. I was riding out into the desert to be alone at sunrise." She shook her head, and looked about her and up to the stars and into the eyes of the man who had come to her out of the night, and yet not as a stranger, and she looked frankly at the lean, handsome face with the powerful jaw and humorous mouth, and smiled into the quiet gray eyes, and made a movement with her head toward the oasis. "I cannot remember where I have seen you, but will you not come to the camp and have some coffee? I would not keep you from your ride, but my grandfather will, I am sure, be delighted to meet you. I am—" "Of course," broke in Ralph Trenchard, as he stooped to remove the hobble from the mare, who danced sideways at the smell of the camel which permeated the newcomer. "You must be Miss Raynor. Everyone is talking about the danger of the expedition you are starting out on. They don't seem to see the other side, the privilege of searching for something which has been lost for centuries, the joy of adventuring into new country." They walked across to the camel, which stretched its neck and made a vicious snap at the mare, who immediately retaliated by lashing out at the contemptuous face. "Quiet, you brute," said Ralph Trenchard, as he removed the hobble, whereupon the said brute turned its hideous head and winked at him in hearty friendliness. "There is one thing I really do pride myself upon, Miss Raynor, though perhaps I ought not to, as it may only be the result of certain brotherhood and sheer mule-headed obstinacy which I share with the quadruped." "And what is it?" "The way I can manage camels. They seem absolutely to love me before my face, whatever they feel behind my back. I can do almost anything I like with them." Helen Raynor walked up close to him and laid her hand upon his sleeve. "Tell me," she said eagerly, "where are you going to after you leave Egypt?" "Well, I have been trying to make up my mind. I'm just down from Oxford, and have been having a look around the old places before settling down to manage the estate which came to me when the dear old governor died a few months ago. I was born out here, lived here until I was 10. My people were stationed out here all over the place. Mother is buried in Khartoum. I love the country and speak the language like a native. I don't mind much where I go, but I do wish I could have one jolly good adventure when I get there." "Come," said Helen, her beautiful teeth flashing in a delighted smile. "I am more convinced than ever that my grandfather will be delighted to meet you." End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese, Cordova, Illinois. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 6. Neither with thine eyes hast thou seen, nor with thine heart hast thou loved. Arabic proverb. Zarah the Cruel leaned back in her ivory chair, staring unseeingly at the men she ruled. She frowned and stretched her arms and played with the crystal knobs until her jeweled fingers looked like the claws of some great cat, whilst the men glanced at each other as they watched the movement, which, they knew, heralded the conception of some new idea or plan in the girl's masterly, unscrupulous brain. She had reigned for a year in her father's stead, and the tales of her cruelty, her infamy, and treachery had spread from Damascus to Hadramaut, from Oman to the Red Sea. In the days of her father, the wealthy only had been in danger of the gang's predatory attacks. The humbler caravan had been certain of a safe journey, and a sure arrival at its destination. The needy just as sure of help in money or in kind from the man who quietened his conscience by robbing the one to assist the other, whilst keeping the best part of the spoil for himself and his men. His daughter attacked all and sundry, and as much for the love of the fight as in the hope of gain, meting out dire punishment to those who fought to the last and, if taken prisoner, lacked deep enough purse or strong enough sinew to pay or work their way back to freedom. With the exception of Yusuf, the men obeyed her and literally fought for the place of honor at her right hand when she led them to the attack. The whole peninsula rang with the tales of the mysterious, beautiful woman of the desert. Women used her name as a bogey with which to frighten their children. Men looked at each other before they spoke of their affairs, and then said but little. Her spies were everywhere, from Damascus to Cairo, from Jeddah to Baghdad, watching the movements and learning the whereabouts of wealthy people. The cities made great effort to discover the channels through which the almost legendary woman gained her information, sending out spy to counter spy, with the result that some were found in the holes and corners of the bazaars at dawn, knifed through the back, and others, who had been sent to find out the lay of the land round and about the sanctuary, buried up to their necks in the sands, dead, with the letter Z cut upon their foreheads. With a view to spreading reports of her beauty, her riches, and her power, she allowed some of the prisoners to return to their homes without payment of ransom. Others disappeared, leaving no trace, whilst many, wholeheartedly, threw in their lot with the band, working as grooms to the horses and dogs, as tenders to the cattle, as servants or laborers, marrying the women who looked after the comforts of the strange community, all of them happy in a freedom they could not have realized elsewhere, yet terror-stricken by their mistress, who ordered the severest punishments for the most trifling mistake. Built in terraces, as had been the ancient monastery, the servants' quarters stretched up the eastern side of the mountains, hidden by the jutting wall of rock from the western side where Zarah lived, alone. The walls of the monastery remained, but the interior of the buildings had been changed out of all recognition. Where once her father had lived with his friend Yusuf, in all the simplicity of those who belonged to the desert, the girl lived in barbaric luxury, the presence of Yusuf the only cloud upon what seemed otherwise to be a clear horizon. Of love, she would have none. Those who had succumbed to the tales of her beauty, her wealth, and her power, and who were willing to risk much through greed, sent emissaries laden with many gifts to negotiate for her hand in marriage. They would be met far out in the desert, and, blindfolded, led across the quicksands and into the presence of the mysterious woman. She received them right royally, feted them, laughed at them in secret, and sent them back to their masters with her own gifts added to those she had rejected. She did not attempt to conquer her love for Ralph Trenchard. She did not want to. She hugged close the pain it caused her pride, and had sent spies to Egypt in an endeavor to trace him. A report came that he had landed at Port Said. After that, silence. She was thinking of him as she lay back in the chair watching the men gathered at her command in the Hall of Judgment. Upon the first of every 3 months she called a council with the object of making plans for the months succeeding. Those of the men who could hurried from every part of the peninsula to the gathering. A week of festival invariably followed the great day, during which sports were held and much wine drunk, in direct disobedience to the law laid down by Mohammed, the prophet of Allah, the one and only God. Those of the men who could not attend, and who were mostly those who had failed in the task set them, sent in reports of their work by safe messenger. The spy who had reported the arrival of Ralph Trenchard at Port Said had not appeared in person, nor sent in further report, so that Zarah sat a prey to a great anger, which increased every moment under the goad of suspense and uncertainty, and craved for a victim upon which to vent herself. The business of the hour, with its reports and reprimands, suggestions, punishments, and rewards, had been concluded, and the men waited, eager to draw out a program for the week of festival. They looked at their despotic ruler, raised above them on a dais, as she lay back in her chair sullenly regarding them out of half-closed eyes. They murmured amongst themselves, but, under the spell of her beauty, murmured only. She made an arresting Eastern picture outlined against an enormous fan of peacock's feathers, which spread on each side and above her. It glowed vividly against the south wall of the hall, which had been covered in Byzantine gold leaf, outlined by an arabesque design carved out in rough lumps of turquoise matrix, agate, jasper, onyx, and different-colored marble. 7 jeweled lamps, hanging above her head by golden chains, were reflected in the polished surface of the huge dais hewn out of one great block of black granite, up which she ascended by 7 steps carved to represent 7 crouching lions. Skins of wild beasts were thrown upon a mosaic floor, which replaced the rough stones laid down by the Holy Fathers. It had been set by skilled Italian workmen, taken prisoners as they returned from Baghdad, where they had been sent to set the famous mosaic floor in the house of the Eastern potentate, who is almost as famous as his flooring. The Italians had won back their freedom by promising to outrival the beauty of this floor in Baghdad, and, having fulfilled the promise, had returned, laden with gifts and well content, to their own country. The pillars of palm trees had been removed and replaced by others of stone, inlaid roughly with uncut turquoise matrix, jasper, and agate, which reflected the light of the jeweled lamps hanging from the roof. The flat roof, which the dead sheik had considered good enough as a covering, had been removed and replaced by another, vaulted, painted the color of the night sky, and powdered with silvery stars. It showed misty this night, above the smoke of torches held above their heads by 30 prisoners, who stood upon the stools once used as seats by the Holy Fathers, pushed back against the walls hung with curtains of purple velvet. Informed that one movement meant instant death, prisoners awaiting sentence would be ordered to hold lighted torches above their heads, whilst the Arabian girl sat discussing the events of the day, or merely idling away time, watching the men wrestling or gambling, in which last pastime she frequently joined. Men meant nothing to her, but her overwhelming vanity caused her to change her raiment many times a day, and to smother herself in jewels. This night her slender limbs showed through voluminous trousers made of some semi-transparent material, woven by her women slaves, and caught at the ankles by bands of gold inlaid with precious stones. Her body, save for breastplates blazing in jewels, was bare, and showed like white satin in the light of the torches and the lamps above her head. Her hands glittered with precious stones, her arms were bare, and a broad gold band set in diamonds bound her head, confining the thick red curls. She sat alone, furious, tortured, her sandaled feet upon an ivory footstool, her strange eyes flashing from one side of the hall to the other, in an endeavor to find an outlet for her wrath. She scrutinized the 20 men and 10 women of Damascus who had been captured on their way to Baghdad with a precious load of steel weapons, and smiled as she glanced from their leader, a fine old man with white hair and beard and flowing robes, to the girl, his granddaughter, at his side, and on to the young men and women who had gained a worldwide reputation through their work of inlaying steel with gold. With the fear of death, the one for the other, they had stood throughout the whole evening, motionless, save when slaves replaced the burnt-out torches. But a shiver swept them, and a smile of satisfaction lit the faces of the men in the body of the hall, when the old man swayed, then crashed to the ground with a cry. Zarah sat upright, her eyes gleaming, her jewels flashing, whilst the men looked from her to the prostrate man and back. "Get up!" she cried, too intent upon her enjoyment of the moment to notice that her enemy Yusuf had entered the hall, standing a menacing figure against the wall. "Get up!" she repeated, "lest I give orders to have thee thrown from the rocks, so that thou standest for eternity upon thy head in the quicksands." A shout of laughter rang out at the words, and ceased as Zarah sprang up, white with rage. The old man's granddaughter, flinging her torch to the far end of the hall where it fell at Yusuf's feet, sprang to the floor and, kneeling, gathered the old man into her arms. "He shall not be touched! He shall not be touched!" she cried, looking fearlessly up at Zarah, who stood at the edge of the dais, looking down. "Shameless art thou, woman, in thy cruelty, shameless in thy nakedness, shameless in all thy ways. If this old man, my father's father, be thrown from the rocks, then thou must throw me also, for naught but death shall unclasp my arms from about him. Nay, thou shalt not touch him, thou shalt not, I say." She bent down over the old man as Zarah ran down the steps and caught her by the shoulder. The men gathered in a circle round the 2 women, watching the one who shook with rage, and the other who looked up fearlessly, strong in her protecting love. "Seize them, all of them," commanded Zarah, "and—" She stopped dead, and looked towards the door, through which a man came, running at full speed. Zarah turned and, mounting the steps, sat down in the ivory chair, holding up her hand until silence reigned. "Hither," she said curtly, and watched the spy, who had reported upon Ralph Trenchard's doings, with no gentle look in her eyes as he hastened across the floor. "'Tis well, indeed, O my brother, that thou hasteneth thy feet at last. Perchance the delights of the great city prevented thee from keeping the hour of council to which thou wast summoned." The man flung himself upon his knees before the dais, then sprang to his feet. "Thy servant tarried, so as to bring good news." "Good news? 'Tis indeed well for thee that the news is good. Speak." "The white man, with a scar upon his forehead, is even now upon his way, here." "Here?" "Yea, here. He crosses the water in the company of another man, white, but of great age. They travel, O my mistress, they travel, O my brethren, in search of the miraculous water which, so 'tis said, is hidden in the heart of certain mountains in the Red Desert." Laughter rang out, in which Zarah joined, the sweet sound mingling with the men's deep voices as they shouted grim suggestions and coarse pleasantries, the one to the other. Zarah leant forward, her eyes gleaming. "They come alone, the 2 white men, in search of this miraculous water?" "Nay, O mistress, they travel in a good company of men and camels, led by a woman." "Led by a woman! O my brethren, is there one of thee in need of a wife, or yet another wife?" Ribald laughter and obscene jest followed close upon her question. "What is she like, this woman who dares lead men and camels across the empty desert?" "She is as the heavens at sunrise when the light wraps the world in softest coloring. Her eyes are the blue of the night in which shines the morning star, her mouth as the sun-kissed pomegranate, her teeth as shimmering pearls. Her hair, the houris which wait in paradise to reward the faithful have not such hair as she. It is as the web of the spider gilded by the sunlight, as the corn glowing in the noonday sun, and, in its waywardness, twineth about the heart of men as a child's fingers about the mother's breast. The men secretly touched each other, as they watched the effect of the man's words upon the woman who ruled them with no gentle hand. Thrones built upon a foundation of consideration towards others are rocky enough, at any time, but there is absolutely no security for the monarch who uses his scepter as a stick with which to drive his subjects. Zarah sat back in her chair, too primitive in her love to try to hide the jealousy which consumed her. Who is she, and what position does she hold in the expedition? She rules men, O mistress, and is the granddaughter of the aged one. His name? It taketh a twisted tongue, O mistress, to pronounce it. I have essayed and failed. He is a great sheik from Inglistan, the land where, 'tis said, the heavens drop water without ceasing. His men are well armed. His camels, over which devil-possessed animal the white man with the scar has a strange control, are of the best. His men content, and averse to speech with strangers. They have started. A great caravan awaits them at the port of Jeddah. I hastened by swiftest camel to bring thee the news. Zarah sat silent for a moment, then called the names of 6 of her most trusted and unscrupulous followers, and sharply ordered the hall to be cleared for the space of 1 hour. "And the Damascenes, mistress?" asked Al-Asad, who had mounted the dais at his mistress's call, and stood, gigantic, powerful, behind her, ready to do her bidding. Zarah frowned. Jealousy might torture, but hope and an abnormal vanity lay as balm upon the wounds. She had no time for the trivial occupation of finding a punishment befitting the crime of the prisoners. She had called her 6 most trusted servants with a view to making plans for the capture of the entire party, headed by the beautiful woman with the unpronounceable name. Time pressed. Let her but make a prisoner of the white man who had held her in his arms, subject him to her wiles, her beauty, and surround him with all the evidence of her great wealth. Then what would she have to fear of any woman where love was concerned? Al-Asad! He knelt and touched her foot. They beg their freedom, those 30 fools. Their freedom they shall have. Lead them safely over the path, then whip them out into the desert to find their way back across the road by which they came. The desert is free to all, to man as well as to beasts of prey and carrion birds. They have asked for liberty and naught else. Bid them begone with empty hands. But there was no fear in the heart of the girl who had leapt to aid the old man when he fell. She ran forward to the very foot of the dais and called down curses upon the woman above her, cursed her until the hall rang with the terrible words, and the superstitious men drew back in fear. "And thou shalt be driven into the desert, O woman without heart," she ended, "and death shall find thee bereft of power and love. Thou shalt leave thy beauty to the jackals, and the scorpions shall nest in thine eyes and thy hair." A speck of foam appeared at the corners of her mouth as she prophesied with the vision of the east. "I see thee pursuing. I see thee pursued. I see dogs upon thy track, and one whose light cometh from within to lighten his darkness, hard upon thy heels, hunting thee. She laughed shrilly, pointing at Zarah, who made a quick movement of the hand. Al-Asad sprang down and, seizing the girl by the throat, hurled her backwards, whilst the rest of the prisoners, with hope eternal to spur them, ran from one to the other, until at last, with the girl and the old man in the centre, they marched boldly from the hall, with the gigantic half-caste harrying them in the rear. Whispered words fell upon the ears of Almana, the gentle Damascene, as she paused to allow those in front to pass through the door, out into the night. She turned for a moment and looked up into Yusuf's blinded face, as he stood near her in the shadows. "Put thy trust in Allah, and hasten not. Journey westward, and stop and wait. He will save thee and thine." He had caught the sound of the girl's voice as she passed, encouraging the old man, and risked his life to tell her of the help that awaits those who put their trust in a higher power. She whispered her thanks as she passed on, and in such wise did love come to Yusuf the blind, and Almana the Damascene. Zarah sat in council with all her men. The women and children and servants slept, so that there were no eyes to watch, nor ears to hear Yusuf as he passed silently among the rocks to the paddock where the camels were herded at night, hobbled or tied to posts to prevent them from fighting, as is the custom of the brutes when together in great numbers. He passed his hands over the animals, choosing 3, then crossed to a shed in which were piled the gakit and shidad, the saddles used for riding or baggage camels, with water-skins and sacks of dates, the emergency rations required by an Arab for a sudden journey. Surely Allah, the one and only God, watched over him and listened to his prayers when, later, he walked unhesitatingly across the narrow path of rock, leading the first of 3 beasts, which followed, grumbling and snarling, but obediently, from fear, and guided them by the sound of voices to the Damascenes. Almana ran to meet him when he rode towards them out of the night, and led him to her grandfather, who rose and blessed him. "Come with us, my son, for surely yon place in the mountains is the dwelling place of devils. Come with us to Damascus." "I will come one day, when my task is accomplished, and that will be in the time appointed, O father," replied Yusuf, raising his head and turning towards the east, as the wind of dawn swept his face. The Damascenes lifted their voices in prayer, calling down blessings upon him, as he mounted his camel and rode away into the glory of the sunrise. "How sad," Almana whispered to her grandfather as they watched him moving swiftly towards the mountains, and his eyes who rode to meet him. "How sad that he should be blind." "He is not blind, my daughter," replied the old man, as he laid his hand upon her head. "There are those who see by the light of the soul, and verily our protector is numbered among them." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Matthew Reese, Cordova, Illinois.
Chapter 7 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dwarika. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest, Chapter 7. If the moon be with thee, thou needst not mind about the stars. Arabic proverb. The desert is the cradle of love, the love of God, or the love of solitude, or the love which seeks its soulmate and finds it in the immensity of the sands. There is no room for doubt in the minds of those who love, and who pass their days together in the desert's great spaces. If the love is that which endureth, which floods cannot drown, nor many waters quench, which looks ever towards the horizon where the light is born heralding the day, then will the desert be as a book filled with much wisdom, a book in which the handwriting is visible only to those who radiate the love which sees the mountain peak above the swirl of mist, the truth of the dream in which blindly we stumble and fall until enlightenment comes to us, so that we rise once more and reach the end of the road at last. The desert is background against which love blazes as a torch or shines with the glimmer of the rushlight. A journey into it either fills the mind with the wonder of God or overwhelms the traveler. When the novelty has passed with a crushing sense of boredom, the sunset, the sunrise, and the stars are either the thoughts of the Creator or merely a means by which to mark the passing of the endless hours, whilst the stillness, silence, and far horizon teach life's wayfarers the stupendous lesson of eternity, or fill the gregarious globe-trotter with a deep longing for the noise and bustle of great cities. For the Westerner, there are no halfway measures in the desert. He may have been born in the glamour of East and have lived in the best part of life with the vast stretches of sand around him, and yet have heard no voice calling in the noonday, nor seen the slender hand beckoning in the shadows of dawn and dusk. He may come from the counting house upon holiday band, with the guide-book in hand and passage booked for the return journey to the city, yet see the spirit of the desert, remote, mysterious, beckoning him out of all the merry, personally conducted crowd. He will either follow the beckoning figure with a hungry heart until he falls to die, clutching at its robes which slips ever from between his fingers, or he will return to the counting house to pass his life in a great longing which will never be appeased. In either case, he will have answered the call of the desert to his own undoing. Instances have been known where Europeans have ridden out into the desert upon seeing it for the first time, and have not been seen or heard of since. Helen Rayner and Ralph Franchard sat looking out across the Ruba el Khali, or empty desert, or the Red Desert as it is known by the Arabs on the account of the color of its sand. She sat with her hand in his, watching the strange effect the wind from the north has upon this desert, which rolls away to the horizon in great sandy ridges, and of which no one has explored the heart. When this wind blows gently, it skims the surface of the great ridges, and lifts the topmost layer of the sand, carrying it down into the hollow and up on to the crest for miles after mile, until the desert looks like an ocean of great, glittering billows surging towards the distant horizon. The sky seems to be covered with transparent diamond encrusted veil, whispered Helen as she lifted her face to the moon, and smiled when the man she loved drew her to him and kissed her. It is the effect of sand in the air, beloved, he whispered, under the moon which shines for all lovers. Look at that wave out there. She pointed to the east as she spoke, breaking into spray. How wonderful it is, Ra. I expect a big rock lies just there, beloved. If we could only see it, so that the sand is blown against it and higher into the air. How I love the name you have given me, dearest. It seems to belong to the country where I found you waiting for me for those months ago, alone in the desert under a moon like this. I really expect it was the same moon, Ra. It is only we who have moved, laughed Helen softly. Yes, I think your nickname suits you. It's strong, with the strength of dead Egypt, like you with your tremendous willpower, which can even dominate the camel. They laughed as they talked of the long journey, with its scenes and contretemps, during which Ralph Trenchard had had to exercise every bit of willpower and every scrap of patience he possessed, so as to triumph over the splendid camels which composed the caravan, which had aroused admiration and no little jealousy in the hearts of inhabitants of the different villages they had passed through. They laughed as they talked of the long journey, with its scenes and contretemps, during which Ralph Ranchard had had to exercise every bit of willpower and every scrap of patience he possessed, so as to triumph over the splendid camels which composed the caravan, and which had aroused admiration and no little jealousy in the heart of the inhabitants of the different villages they had passed through, from the port of Jeddah to Hatta in the oasis of Harib. Do you remember when Mali ate Grandad's best Tissot coat and pretended to die, and suddenly got to her feet and brushed at you because you offered Doria a whole lump of dates and took no notice of her in her tantrums? Sheer jealousy and greed, sweetheart. I believe no woman who loved could be as jealous or as vindictive as a female camel in a rage. Look straight ahead, beloved. Can you see something moving through the waves?" Helen sat forward and stared due south. "Yes, I think I do. Yes, it looks like mounted men." She shivered suddenly and turned and caught her lover by the arm. "Ra, I'm frightened." "Frightened? Dear heart, what at?" "I don't know. I don't really know. I just felt a tremendous premonition of danger. Ah, look, they've gone. I wonder who they were. So near us, yet taking no notice of our big camp with its fires and its white tents. Yes, I wonder. If only he had known it. They were the advance guard of a woman who was to show him that there is no jealousy or vindictiveness to equal that of a woman whose love is not returned. They sat silently, looking out across the sandy ocean until they could no longer see the phantom figures moving eastward in the far distance. Then they talked of journey behind them and enterprise ahead. To gain full control over the staff and as much as inhumanly possible over the animals, Ralph Trenchard had preceded Sir Richard and his granddaughter, landing in Jeddah a month before them. Death by thirst, exhaustion, or violence being a recognized risk to be taken by those who travel off the beaten track in Arabia. He had immensely disliked the idea of Helen Raynor accompanying this expedition, had argued the question, pointed out the dangers, emphasized the added responsibility her safekeeping would entail, insisting upon the intense discomfort she would have to endure, only to find himself against the mule-headed obstinacy for which Sir Richard was famous. He had resigned himself to the inevitable at last, and had discovered, after 1 week spent in the company of the camels and their drivers, that for nothing on earth would he undertake the excursion into the unknown, unless she took it with him, riding at his side. He knew that love had come to him that night, when he had seen her sitting on a hummock of sand, alone in the desert under the moon. She knew that love had come to possess him utterly when he had succumbed to the entreaties of Sir Richard to join the expedition. But he had not known how much he really loved her, or what she really meant to him until he had been separated from her for weeks. He had counted the days, the hours, the minutes, and then jubilantly, thankfully, had rushed down to meet the boat Sir Richard had chartered, as she-dog, and happy beyond telling, had started out on the foolhardy enterprise with Helen at his side. There is nothing so calculated to make lifelong friends or sworn enemies of two people as a long journey on camels and surrounded by camels. A trip into the desert on the camelback for so much an hour or a day is vastly romantic, causing you to feel one with a Pharaoh or Queen Hatshepsut, Abraham or Jezebel according to your sex. It's a 10 to 1 you write an ode to Sphinx or the pyramids or the voice of the past as you sit on sand smoking your Simon Arch. It's certain that your camel driver tots up the different items of your toilet in an endeavor to hit upon the right amount of extra baksheesh he may extract from you, whilst wishing to goodness you'd get through with your foolishness and return to your comfortable or otherwise hotel. But it's altogether a different thing when you make a part of a caravan composed of the ill-mannered, ill-natured brute. No matter how well they are handled, or how far you ride apart from their odorous bodies, you will never be able to count upon a moment's peace as long as they are likely to panic for nothing, or fight for less, whilst filling the air with sounds that resembles the emptying of gigantic narrow-necked bottle, nests of angry snakes, battalion of spitting cats, moan of incurable invalids, and shrieks of insufferable children. They lie down or get up or refuse to move just as their hateful fancy dictates. They follow obediently, one behind another, if in a string, or peacefully together. If in a herd, then stop dead and look on indifferently, whilst one for no apparent reason whatever reduces the patience of its driver to shreds and its peck to bits. Some drivers are cautious and hobble a lot at night, others take the risk and hobble the worst offenders. 'Twere, however, wise to be cautious so as to prevent one, suddenly possessed of the devil, from either clearing up for the open with the gifts you intend for your host upon its offensive back, or from lifting the flap of your tent in the still watches of the night, and whilst taking a survey of your heat-disturbed person, banqueting of your boots. If your temper is not of the sort that can come out unruffled from ever recurring and heated arguments with your companion and the distracted drivers, if your looks cannot withstand the long moments twixt heat of sands and sun and wrath, as you sit perched above the turmoil upon the back of your own thrice accursed beast, then 'twere wise to give the desert an extremely wide berth. Lay down the law to your companion, and he will learn to loathe the very sight of you. Upbraid the long-suffering driver, and he will league himself with camel to spite you in every day. Hit the camel so as to cause it pain, and you will never again feel any security about the welfare of your person. You won't recognize that camel 1 or 5 or 10 years hence as you saunter through some bazaar, but it will recognize you all right, and will meet its teeth in the tenderest portion of your anatomy it can find, or if it gets the chance will seize, worry, and throw you and deliver the coup de grace of its long-waited for revenge by rolling upon you until you are an unrecognizable pulp, green and bare with it all, and your servants, and your camels, your companion, and your days will not appear so insufferably obnoxious or so outrageously long in the land of the Pharaohs. The caravan was a big one on account of the multitude of gifts Sir Richard carried, with which to buy peace, if not plenty, as it journeyed from Jeddah, skirting the territories sacred to the Holy City, down through the mountainous, fertile district of Taif, and southward along the Wadi Doser, with its much villages up to Hutha in the oasis of Harik, where there commences the great desert. It is wise not to reckon altogether on gifts and smattering of language and the courtesy to get you safely to your destination in Arabia, but as they will take you many miles upon your journey, they should be looked upon as the chief item on your list of necessities, especially the last. Helen Raynor and the men she had learned to love in the distracting, ridiculous, mirth-provoking, and aggravating incidents of the journey laughed as they looked back to the storms they had weathered safely through love and a perfect sense of harmony and comradeship, unwitting of the news about themselves which had been conveyed in a mysterious manner of desert places to Zarah the Cruel, who had only waited to attack with as much patience as she could muster until the caravan should leave Hetta far behind and arrive at a certain spot between the Harik Mountains and those of the Jebel Akhaf. The north wind dropped suddenly whilst they talked in whispers, and with it the veil of sand it had spread across the heavens, leaving the desert desolate and formidable under the light of the full moon, save where the campfire flung red and orange flames and trails of smoke across the silvery sheen. Even the grains of sand are numbered. Neither can a sparrow fall unless he knows it, Helen quoted to herself as she stared out across the waste, then turned and put her hand in that of the man beside her who had been watching her and wondering at the anxious look upon her face. I feel crushed under a great weight of responsibility, Ra, she said, speaking in a whisper induced by the fear that had suddenly fallen upon her at the sight of the phantoms in the distance. I do wish I hadn't suggested this harebrained expedition to Grandad. I somehow never thought it would mean such a big undertaking, and perhaps, after all, the water was only seen in mirage by some exhausted pilgrims all those centuries ago. Fearful for her, Ralph Trenchard fully agreed in his heart, but contradicted her in an effort to reassure her. Oh, I don't know, dearest. I don't think you are in the least bit responsible. Your grandfather has been set on discovering this water ever since he read the documents all those years ago. And if he hadn't done it this year, he would have done it later. And then I shouldn't have been here to see you through, should I? No, of course you wouldn't, replied the girl as she looked up into the handsome face. If we hadn't pitched our camp just outside Islamia, which we shouldn't have done, if we had not been starting on this adventure, you and I would never have met. She touched the scar on his temple as she spoke, the look of trouble deepening in her eyes. You laughed at me when I told you about the scene we had with Zarah, the Arabian girl at school, when she said she saw herself on a mountain peak, and me in the dust at her feet, and a man with a scar upon his temple coming towards her. But, you see, she did meet you and recognize you, and she came from somewhere about here, Ra, and I hadn't been able to get her out of my thoughts since we left Hata. She hated me, Ra, hated me. And as you know, I believe in the power of thought. So do I, beloved, said Ralph Trenchard, putting his arm around her and holding her very close to his heart. No bad thought or hate, malice, or revenge can get through real, pure, everlasting love. It can rage and storm and threaten outside and make a considerable noise and kick up a tremendous amount of dust, but it can't touch the love inside a great fortress of trust. He laughed to reassure her as he watched the troubled look in the big blue eyes which shone like stars. Not that I don't also rely upon my good right arm and trusty automatic when wandering in desert places. Besides, you must remember that she was fairly senseless when she dropped into my arms like an overripe plum from a tree. Also, that the native is as cram full of tricks as a monkey, and that I haven't set eyes on her since. But the girl was not to be so easily pacified. Gently submissive in the smaller events of everyday life, Helen Raynor invariably carried through any project she considered worthwhile with a quiet determination which, when opposed, developed into sheer strength of will. Also, she had never been known to back out of a task she had been set, however disagreeable. I can't agree with you, Ra. I can't help connecting her with the mysterious woman the men are continually talking about. The one who suddenly appears at the head of a gang of bandits, raids a caravan, and disappears as suddenly into the unknown. Of course, if I had known about this woman sooner, nothing would have induced me to allow Grandad to undertake the trip. I'm not worrying about myself, but I am worrying about the two people I love most on earth, you and him. She shivered uncontrollably as she looked out at the far horizon. I hate this place, and if he wasn't so terribly obstinate, I'd made him turn back even now. What is the finding of hidden waters in a desert compared with the lives of those I love so much? Ralph Trenchard rose and stretched his hands out to her. You are tired, darling. You do too much for our comfort. You never seem to rest, and I don't like you sitting here without a wrap. It's hot enough, goodness knows, but the wind from the north is not to be trifled with. Yes, I noticed that the men had their mouths covered after sunset. Let's go and talk to Grandad. The darling is worrying himself to death because we got half a mile off our course today. She looked up at Ralph Trenchard. How tall you are! How strong you look, Ra! I don't think any harm can come to me whilst you are near. He leaned and took her hands and pulled her up beside him. He stood over 6 feet. She was well above the medium height, with her head well set upon the splendid shoulder. They seemed an embodiment of strength, with their steady eyes and quiet movements and soft voices, as they stood hand in hand along under the great moon, little knowing that they would shortly be called upon to make use of every atom of physical and mental strength they possessed so as to win through the terrible days ahead. I am strong, beloved, and so are you, and together we will overcome every difficulty in our path. Together, said Helen softly. Yes, together we cannot fail, and even if we were separated for a time, we should still be together. Mentally and spiritually, we are so one that no one and nothing can ever separate the real us. I, what's that? There had come the sharp report of a rifle from some spot far ahead of them in the desert, followed immediately by the sound of a great disturbance in the camp. "Excellency, hasten thy footsteps!" cried the camel driver, who ran to meet them as they hurried toward the camp. "Albus, the black devil has possessed the sense of his offspring, the camels. Hobble, they essay to flee back upon the path by which they have come. Fallen, they fight where they lay until the ground is not fit sight for the eyes of Our Lady. Hasten, Excellency!" Our master, full of wrath, called his Excellency's name with much groaning of spirit. "My God!" exclaimed Ralph Trenchard a few minutes later as he stood looking at the camel. "How ghastly!" To rest both men and beast the camp had been pitched for a week, near a well sunk many years ago by Arabs, beneath a clump of palm trees, which in its isolated fertility they had recognized as the sure sign of water somewhere beneath the surface. The camels had been unloaded so that the packs could be more evenly distributed, and their backs attended to before starting on the last and most trying lap of the expedition. They had lain contentedly sprawling, or had stood as contentedly ruminating as near the brackish well as they could get, until fear had swept through the whole herd. There is no explaining the fear which at any moment, in any place, will suddenly grip this most unimaginative and most stupid of all beasts, in the middle of a crowded thoroughfare, as when alone in the empty desert it will stop for no reason whatever and begin to shiver, with head outstretched, eyes rolling, and forelegs planted wide, as though to resist the onslaught of some uneasy enemy. It is of no avail to kick or beat the terror-stricken creature, and for the following reason it is most unwise to approach too near its formidable mouth. It will stand and shiver until it comes to well nigh dropping to its knees, and then with a sudden quick movement of the long neck will snap at something only visible to its eyes. The fear then passes, and demoniacal rage filling the vacuum created by passing of its fear, it will turn and savage the nearest object at hand, be it man or fellow beast or inanimate substance, until its wrath appeased, it proceeds calmly, indifferently upon its contemptuous way. "Excellency, Excellency!" wailed Abdul, whose garment hung in shreds. Something which neither I nor my brethren could see worked amongst them an hour ago. They become convulsed with fear of the unknown, Excellency, and shook in their terror until some fell on the ground, and being bound, remained there foaming at the mouth. Then, at the sound of firing, Albus, the devil entered that black heart, and they fought, all of them, those that lay upon the ground, biting at the dust, those that stood tearing the hair and flesh from each other's back until the place runs with blood, as your Excellency sees. I have done my best, but neither I nor my brethren will take another step into this desert, which is the abiding place of all evil. I don't blame them, said Ralph Trencher to himself when, having given the orders for the tending of the wounded beasts, he went to report the mutiny to Sir Richard. They won't stir another yard, sir, at least not forward, so we shall have to retrace our steps. He rejoiced in his heart at the turning things had taken, without reckoning with the old man's wall-headed obstinacy or the cupidity of the native. "Nonsense," replied Sir Richard tersely, as he stalked off toward the mutineers, to return triumphantly 10 minutes later. "We start when I said we'd start, my boy, in 2 days' time, if the weather clears and the camels are fed," he said as he entered his tent. "I'll double their pay. Good night." Ralph Trenchard walked to his own tent and beckoned Abdul. "We are poor, very poor, Excellency," the latter said, concluding his apology. "We could not withstand the money." "Well, I'm sorry you gave him, on account of Her Excellency your mistress. But it can't be helped. Tell me, what did that rifle shot mean?" Abdul spread his fingers to avert evil as he whispered. "That was a mistake, Excellency, on the part of those whose eyes watch us from afar." "Whose eyes?" "Perchance of those of woman, of mystery, of crime, of death." Ralph Trenchard looked over his shoulder toward the tent of the woman he loved, then back at the men. "Tell the men to have their rifles ready. I'm coming to inspect them," he said abruptly, then turned away and stood looking out across the desert. End of chapter 7. Recording by Dwarika.
Chapter 8 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 8. A person sat demanding from God the rise of morn. When morn came, he became blind. Arabic proverb. "I wish the stars could be seen," Sir Richard said irritably 3 nights later as he looked up at the sky, across which hung a heavy purple cloud. Due to the intense heat, it obliterated the stars, thereby trying the patience of the old man to the uttermost. This delay is simply abominable. To think, just to think, that the wind has been blowing for nearly a week, clouding the sky and blotting out the stars by which, if they could have been seen, I could have proved, absolutely proved, that we are camped upon the exact spot between the mountains of Harik and the Jibal Akaf, from where the Holy Fathers turned due south. We could have followed in their footsteps, started tonight. Think of it, could have started tonight, if only this wind hadn't blown. What? Try to find out what the firing meant the other night? Nonsense, man, nonsense. We don't want to go over all of that again. Some Arab, a solitary one. Sound carries for miles, miles in the desert. The slightest sound. If you let a pin drop, it could be almost heard in Huta. Absurd. The thing to do is get on. He spread out with an angry slap the copy he had made of the vellum inscribed by the holy Palladius, and read out the Latin words by the light of an electric torch. "It absolutely tallies," he cried enthusiastically. "You see, ab-so-lutely tallies. Another week, perhaps a little less, perhaps a little more, and we should see the sanctuary before us, if we could only start." "But, Grandad," interrupted Helen, who sat fanning herself with her topi in an endeavor to bear the terrible heat, which had encircled her eyes with deep violet shadows and caused her collar bones to show with undue prominence, "how can you be sure that the range of mountains is the one in which the water is hidden? It seems to me to be too near the beginning of the desert not to have been discovered before, if it is. In fact, Abdul told me that his own brother had been within 5 miles of it. And why, when so close, did he not go closer still? Because of the great barrier of evil the bad spirits, which live in the mountains, have built to keep people away." "Exactly," said the old man triumphantly. "We are not going to break new ground, my dear child. We are going to break through the barrier of superstition erected by the Arabs themselves, and which alone has kept them from the water of which they stand so badly in need in this terrible spot." "It is rather appalling, I must say, without the campfires," said Ralph Trenchard, who, in shorts and a silk shirt, wrestled unceasingly with the insects of all sizes and shapes which flew and crawled about them, attracted by the light of the torch. "However did those poor beggars get through without oils of lavender and lemon, kerosene and smoke of sulphur, to protect them from these brutes?" He speared a spider as he spoke, and flung it into the night, then took Helen's hand in both of his. "Why not turn in, dearest? You look tired out, and we can't move until the stars come out, either late tonight or tomorrow night." She shook her head as she looked first at the sullen sky, and then at the huddled figure of Arabs sitting with their heads buried in their burnas, and the camels lying with their muzzles hidden in each other's sides. She put her finger to her lips and shook her head again, as she glanced at her grandfather, poring over the map, then at the sentries who paced the 4 sides of the rough square. The square was small and compact, with their Excellencies' tents in the middle, and the camels so stabled that there could be no confusion between them and their drivers if danger should arise. To mark the 4 sides of the square a tent had been pitched at each angle. In the shadow of the one to the south a man lay with his ear to the ground. He lay like one asleep or dead until the sentry turned, when he crawled upon his belly back to the lines where, with the help of 2 others such as he unhobbled certain camels and fastened them together by means of long leather thongs buckled above the knee of the right forelegs, then let them loose. It is an invention of Satan himself to create confusion in the herd of camels, and has never been known to fail in the annals of the turbulent peninsula. "Yes, why don't you go and get some sleep, child?" said Sir Richard, who paid no attention to the passing of the hours himself, having acquired the Oriental's gift of falling asleep when and where he wished. 2 o'clock already? Dear me, how quickly time does pass when one is pleasantly occupied." He evicted something that crawled from the vicinity of his neck and patted his granddaughter's hand. "There'll be plenty of time for love-making, little one, when we get back to the east winds and frosts. So run along and take off your boots and comb your hair and wheedle a basin full of water from Hassan. I don't know what I should have done without you, and I'm glad to think that there is a man almost good enough to look after you. Ah, I thought so. We're in for a thunderstorm. That accounts for the sky and the oppressiveness." He turned and looked due south, childishly pleased that he had caught the distant rumbling before the others, then looked up at Ralph Trenchard, who had leapt to his feet, jerking Helen up beside him. "Do you hear it now? Of course, the storm may pass us by." "The storm's not going to pass us by," answered Ralph Trenchard sharply. "The sound has nothing to do with thunder. It's the sound of horses galloping on sand. Remember, I did my bit in Egypt, and I know what I'm talking about. And they're not far off, either. Take Helen to your tent and stay there, so that I can know where you are. Don't leave it. Quick! Oh, damn the fool!" A sentry had fired into the pitchy darkness. The Arab is inclined to impulsiveness with firearms when left to himself, but he is a born fighter, and a magnificent fighter when properly armed and led. He will fight to the death for a cause, for a bet, for nothing at all. He loves fighting, and does not own himself beaten until death overtakes him or he is rendered incapable of movement through wounds. The camp seethed. Now that the danger was upon them, the men were in high fettle at the prospect of a fight. If they died, well, kismet. It would be because their hour had come. If they lived, the great English sheikh would reward them bountifully for having so well defended Her Excellency their mistress. They were well armed, the ammunition plentiful, and the young English sheikh, a man among men, to lead them into battle. So they yelled in response to the yelling of the distant enemy, and loosened their knives, and examined their rifles, whilst calling upon the Prophet to allow the battle to be long and bloody, and the reward great. The camp had not been caught unprepared, and all might have gone exceedingly well, if it had not been for the half-dozen camels which the spies had fastened together with the leather thongs. Panic-stricken, they rushed amongst the others standing helpless on account of the hobbles, entangling them, binding them one to the other as they fought to get free. "Rifle all right, darling? And yours, sir?" Ralph Trenchard paused for an instant at the tent, then ran to take his place amongst the men who watched the magnificent picture before them, withholding their fire by his orders. A torch flared suddenly in the far distance, and another, and yet another, until a line of orange flame swept across the sky toward the camp, rising and falling at regular intervals as though borne upon the crest of some gigantic wave. From underneath the flaming line came the thunder of many hoofs and the shouting of many men, invisible in the darkness. They showed dimly the shape of a white horse ridden by a woman, and behind her horses and men sweeping down to the attack. Glittering from head to foot with jewels, shouting with her men, Zarah the Cruel, the mysterious woman of the desert, rode her favorite stallion native-wise, guiding him with her knees, ripping his satiny sides with golden spur to keep him a length ahead of those she led. "Istajil! Zarah! Istajil! Zarah!" The men shouted the battle cry and their Arabian's name unceasingly as they drove their horses at full gallop over the billows of sand, holding aloft their throwing spears, upon the points of which lighted torches flared. Little cared she what happened to those around her, so long as tales of mystery and power about her were carried throughout the peninsula, across to Egypt, and up to Turkey, and far away to India.
She raised her spear when a volley from the camp brought men and horses crashing to the ground, and turning to Al-Assad, who rode at her right hand, shouted an order, which he repeated, whilst the men yelled, "Wah! Wah!" as they raised their spears and whirled them above their heads, until the sky seemed full of great circles of fire, and the earth possessed of demons. There came the crash of a second volley from the camp, just as Al-Assad raised his hand, and the spears with flaming torch upon the points flashed like meteors in a semicircle through the air, to fall in the center of the camp. "They surround us, Excellency!" shouted Abdul, who had left the screaming, fighting camels to their fate, so as to stand by the side of the white man he had learned to love and respect during the long weeks they had passed together. "Watch her, that thrice accursed daughter of pigs! She makes the point from which her men deploy." As the men spread out on each side of her, Zarah reined the stallion in, holding him, rearing and plunging, upon one spot, seemingly indifferent to the bullets which rained about her, spitting up the sand at the animal's feet, bringing her men and her horses to the ground. She laughed aloud, and raised her spear twice above her head as the tent to the north caught fire, lighting up the smallest detail of the inferno. In the fire and the smoke caused by the torches falling amongst the packs and tents, Ralph Trenchard and his men worked like demons to loosen the great water-skins, whilst the camels shrieked and fought and tore at each other in their agony, as the spears hurled by the enemy were buried in their sides or in the ground, or in the breasts of the Arabs who fought so desperately for life. "Have they no rifles?" yelled Trenchard. "Yea, verily, but the daughter of swine would take the white people alive for ransom," yelled back Abdul. "We are surrounded, Excellency. To the glory of Allah we die fighting." Trenchard gave one quick look over his shoulder toward the tent where, outlined against the light of the fire, Sir Richard and Helen stood shoulder to shoulder with smoking rifles in their hands. "Fire!" he shouted, as Zarah raised her spear and threw it with unerring aim. "Out knives and fight to the death!" He yelled the order which transports the Arab to the seventh heaven of delight, as the spear buried itself in Sir Richard's gallant old heart, and the enemy moved suddenly and swiftly down upon them. "Fall back and give no quarter!" he shouted again, unwitting in the din and turmoil of a party of Bedouins which, attracted by the red glow in the sky and the sound of firing, raised toward the scene of battle from the west. Shouting encouragement, firing until his rifles became too hot to hold, Trenchard backed slowly towards Helen, who knelt, clasping her grandfather in her arms. Wounded, shouting, the men fell back slowly to form a square around Her Excellency the White Woman, who had accounted for more than one of the enemy and who, in her bravery, was to be ranked with the most famous of Hadiyas, even Aisha, the wife of Muhammad the Prophet, whilst the spy who had loosened the camels worked his way sideways until he stood close behind the white man for whose capture alive a great reward had been promised. "Stand fast, men! They're on us!" shouted Trenchard as, with a ringing yell, the enemy charged, just as the 6 camels, their long leather thongs burned through, shrieking and maddened with the agony of their burns and wounds, rushed the gallant square. "God have mercy upon us!" Helen cried as she sprang to her feet to watch the terrible sight of horses and camels fighting to the death, making an impassable wedge separating her from Ralph Trenchard. Outlined against a background of orange light, they looked like mighty prehistoric beasts as they reared and plunged, falling to their knees, scrambling to their feet, shrieking as only horses and camels can shriek, in pain and fear. Sick to the heart, she tried in vain to catch a glimpse of the man she loved, whilst Zarah, and Al-Assad at her side, rode round and round the camp, shouting the battle cry, yelling encouragement to those of her men who were left alive to fight. Just for the moment Helen stood searching vainly for her lover, her ears deaf to the din of the battle, her eyes blinded to the terrible sights, then flung herself down beside the old man she loved so deeply. Where she loved she had no fear, neither could any task be too hard for her to undertake for the loved one's welfare, so that she knelt beside Sir Richard and gently drew out the spear which had pierced the gallant heart. When she understood that it had forever ceased to beat, she gathered him up into her strong arms and kissed his white hair. She held him so, just for a little while, as her mind uncontrollably raced back through the happy years spent with him. Then she laid him down upon the desert sand, and picking up her rifle, rose to her feet. She was of those for whom great danger holds no terror. Thrice blessed indeed are they upon whom that great tranquillity descends in the midst of danger, who, steadied and exhilarated by peril, help those around them by their unwavering calm. She stood, with the dead man at her feet, waiting to help the living man she loved as he fell back slowly towards her, fighting desperately. Where the men met they fought without quarter, regardless of the hammering hoofs, the tearing teeth, the foam and blood and welter of the animals. Stripped to the waist, black with grime, fighting at such close quarters that he could scarce tell friend from foe, Trenchard fought, using the butt end of his revolver, with Abdul by his side, whilst the Bedouins approached nearer and nearer, unseen on account of the smoke, unheard in the din. "Thy wife!" shouted Zarah, leaning towards Al-Assad and pointing to Helen, who stood alone with her back toward them, nauseated at the sight of a bay mare and wounded camel in death grips. The camel had reared and flung itself upon the mare, meeting its teeth just below her ears, whilst she, lashing out until great rents were torn in the dying camel's belly, tried vainly to free herself from the paralysis which crept over her through the vice-like grip upon her spine. Bism Allah, yelled Al-Assad as Helen raised her rifle. Behold, is she the maid to be the mother of sons? Let us take her to blind Yusuf as part of the spoil. He yelled again in sheer admiration as a double report rang out, and the fighting beasts dropped, then rode down upon Helen as she reloaded, and lifting her, swung her, fighting like a tiger across the saddle. He laughed exultantly as he held her down, pressed her hands against her neck with his left hand until she was almost suffocated, and her knees down with his right hand, whilst his horse, guided by the pressure of his knees, raced back to where Zarah waited, laughing and shouting remarks which, fortunately, were not heard above the uproar. "Behold, she is for thee, thy mates," she cried, "and I. Look thou, look, look! Behold my mate alone amongst wolves." Al-Assad, who could hear no word of what she said, looked to where she pointed, then laughed savagely when she screamed in agony of fear. It happened in a second. Flames suddenly burst from the tents to the east, leaping to the very sky, against which, for one instant, Ralph Trenchard, with Abdul at his side, stood out clearly. Zarah leant forward, revolver in hand, and fired. Too late. From out of the heap of dead and dying the spy had sprung, felling Ralph Trenchard to the ground with a blow from the handle of a throwing knife behind the ear, to fall himself with Abdul's knife in his side. Then friend and foe turned and, shoulder to shoulder, faced the onslaught of the new terror which fell upon them, out of the night, whilst Abdul flung himself down upon the body of the white man he loved, and ripping the cloak from a dead Arab, covered him and pulled him under the sheltering bodies of 2 dead camels. Zarah turned in her saddle and emptied her revolver into the group of Bedouins who, lying upon their horses' necks, raced down upon her, then shouted to Al-Assad and, giving the stallion his head, fled for her life. They did not skirt the camp, they rode right through it and over everything they encountered in their path. Heedless of the curses called down upon them by the wounded they trampled underfoot. Out into the coming dawn they sped, guided by the stars for which Sir Richard had so ardently longed, with the limp body of the English girl as their sole reward for the disastrous night. The stars went out, and the sky lightened down in the east as the Bedouins sat in a circle, taking counsel together. The camels and horses that were fit for use stood hobbled, placidly ruminating or fretting and fidgeting near the spot where the west tent had stood. The prisoners lay groaning on the ground, or sat, with the fatalism of the East, awaiting their sentence. The sky was covered, as far as the eye could see, with vultures, whirling and swooping, settling as near as they dare to the feast awaiting them, or standing motionless until some noise or movement sent them flying in the flock skywards, an offence against the glory of the heavens. The unconscious form of Ralph Trenchard lay at the feet of the Bedouin chief, whilst Abdul, by his side, craftily bargained for their lives. "A man of much wealth thou hast seized, O my brother, a great sheikh in a country where the towns are paved with gold, the bazaars are full of jewels, and the streets of Horus of the greatest beauty. Perchance 'tis true, but how know we that he will give us his wealth once we have nursed him back to life and allowed him to depart from us?" Abdul turned in the direction of Mecca and lifted his hand. "By the beard of the Prophet I swear it, by the wind and the wool and the honor of the Arab I swear it, knowing him of whom I speak, in the name of my father and my father's fathers, I will stand as bound for this man's honor, my life for his word, O brother, and life is sweet, even unto those who are born in lowliness. There is much wealth upon the backs of the camels, for behold, the fire has but touched the covering, it is thine in return for his life." "It is mine already, O brother." Abdul played his trump card. "Yea, if thou darest to take it. If thou wilt listen to me, it will be thine without the fear of questioning from the king of the great white race, who knows the movements of each one of his subjects, and meteth out death to those who slay his children or keep them prisoner. I am the white man's servant. Let me but nurse him back to health. heal his wounds, and allay his fever, so that he may start upon the quest of the white woman he loves. And I will pour the tale of thy goodness into his ears in such wise that peace and plenty will be thine for evermore. It is not written, brethren, he is the chosen of the people who rejoices in the welfare of others? So it came about, as it had been written, that, after many hours, the birds of prey drew closer to the scene of tragedy, whilst Abdul, holding his master gently in his arms, followed the Bedouins upon camelback as they rode slowly away across the path by which they had so swiftly come. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Angela Jeffries.
Chapter 9 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Garner, Leeds. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 9. The walls have ears. Arabic proverb. Helen Rayner lay like a broken lily, asleep upon a divan piled with cushions, in a great room built between two ledges of rock, high up on the mountainside. The place was bare, save for rugs upon the floor and the cushions of every colour of the rainbow, embroidered in gold, patterned in jewels, and quite unfit for an invalid's repose. It was refreshingly cool in spite of being nearer the scorching sun than any other part of the erstwhile monastery, a great slab of rock many feet in thickness, jutting from the mountainside, made a natural ceiling. Huge brass bowls full of water stood on the rock floor. The desert winds of dawn and sunset blew in at the cross-shaped apertures, which took the place of windows in the east and west walls, built of pieces of stone of all shapes and sizes, fitted together in mosaic fashion and 2 feet thick. The door faced the cleft in the mountain ring, and through it could be seen the limitless desert, a view of infinite peace. An austere place, imbued with quiet strength, an area of peace conjuring up pictures of abstinence and sacrifice. It stood as it had been built all those centuries ago by the Holy Fathers for their prior, connected with the plateau by a dizzy flight of steps leading straight down to the water, which Sir Richard had hoped to discover for the good of mankind and his own satisfaction. Namla, the native woman, shivered as she sat outside on the edge of the platform upon which the place had been built, but as much from the effect her surroundings were having upon her as from the chill breeze of dawn. She got to her feet, her many anklets jangling as she moved, and walked to the edge of the rock ledge and looked down at the water and shivered again and sighed. Zarah the Cruel had made the biggest mistake of her life when, in a fit of towering rage, she had set Namla to tend and guard Helen Rayner. She had thought to set a jailer at the girl's door. She had placed a friend. She had thought to take the body woman's thoughts away from her dead son by piling still more work upon the bent shoulders. Instead, she gave her hours in which to sit, to dream, to plan out some way in which to revenge herself for the loss of her child. Her son had not returned from the disastrous battle. He lay somewhere out there in the desert. Her son was dead. And when, mad with grief, she had flung herself at her mistress's feet and begged to be allowed to go and find him and bury him, she had been struck across the mouth and ordered up to the dwelling where the prisoner lay, and threatened, and still more dire punishment if she told the white girl aught about the secrets of the place. And what could worse punishment mean but the death of the one son left her? The dumb boy she loved even more than she had loved the one who had not returned from battle, the boy who had been nicknamed Yusuf's Eyes, and who spoke by tapping with his slender fingers upon the blind man's arm, and almost as readily and clearly as if he used his silent tongue. Grief and a great fear filled her heart. What if Zarah the Merciless took this son? She touched an amulet of good luck which hung about her neck, and turned to draw an extra covering over the prisoner left in her care. "Beautiful, beautiful," she whispered, gently stroking the golden hair as she delighted to brush for the hour together, and which covered the girl like a veil to her knees. "What will be thy fate in the hands of the one who knows no mercy?" She spat as she spoke, and sat down at the foot of the divan. "Thou a slave who art queen in beauty? Thou to obey where thou hast ruled, to go when ordered, to come when bidden? Nay, Allah protect thee, and bring thee safely through that which awaits thee. I love thee, white woman, for thy gentleness in thy distress. Not one harsh word in the days when the fever ran high. Not one black look in these days, when thy weakness is as that of the newborn lamb. Behold, is this the time to replace about thy neck the amulet which fell from thy strange clothing, when I did take them from off thee, thou white flower?" She searched in her voluminous robes, and drew out a small golden locket on a broken chain, and sat turning it over and over in her hand, fighting a great temptation. She fingered the brass bracelets and the silver ring she wore, and rubbed the gold chain against her pock-marked cheek. "The amulet, yea, that will I not keep, for fear I rob the white woman of her birthright of happiness. But the chain, of what use is it to her? It is thin and broken." She twined it round her wrist, looking at it with longing eyes, then, with a little sigh, unwound it and slipped it round the girl's neck, and, knotting the broken ends, hid the locket under the silken garment, and ran out quickly onto the platform. She sat just outside the door, indifferently watching the straight sky with twinkling eyes in a wry face. "Behold, I love thee," she whispered, "and would bring thee back to health. Not only because of my love for thee, but for that within me which tells me that the time approaches when a camel will crouch down on the place of another camel." She rubbed her work-worn hands as she quoted the proverb, and pondered upon the happy day when the reigning tyrant should be dethroned, and someone with bowels of compassion should be elected in her stead. She turned her sleek head and looked once again at the girl, and fingered her brass bracelets and smiled, as she quoted another proverb, until her perfect teeth flashed in the dusk. "He who cannot reach to the bunch of grapes says of it, it is sour. Behold, I think the golden chain would not have become my beauty." She rose as she spoke, laughing, with the childlike happiness of the Eastern who is pleased, and crossed to a small recess, where she made great clatter amongst many brass pots in the process of concocting a strange and savoury broth. She stood for a moment watching Helen, who had wakened at the noise and lay looking out through the cleft in the mountains to the desert. For 3 weeks, so far as she could judge, she had lain twixt fever and stupor in the strange room, tended by a middle-aged native who put her fingers to her lips when questioned. 3 weeks of agonizing uncertainty, as the fate of those she loved, in which, in her delirium, she had fought maddened men and beasts, or sobbed her heart out in the native's arms. Twice she had crawled to the platform and tried to descend the steps to reach her grandfather, whom she thought to see standing upon the river bank. Not once had she been aware of Zarah standing behind her, as she lay on the bed, with a mocking smile on the beautiful cruel mouth and a look of uncertainty in the yellow eyes. She had questioned the native woman, imploring her to give her news of the caravan, promising her heart's desire if she could but obtain authentic information about the man she loved. She had begged for her clothes, and when they had been refused had tried to rise from her bed, only to fall back, weak and exhausted from the fever which had resulted from the horror and shock of the battle and the terrible ride, during which, at the last, she had mercifully lost consciousness. Am I in the hands of Zarah, the mysterious woman of the desert? She had whispered to the native the first day her senses had come back to her, "Has a white man been also taken prisoner? Is there any help for us?" Namla had looked furtively over her shoulder and had put her finger upon her lips as she had whispered back, "The provision of tomorrow belongs to tomorrow, is a wise saying, Excellency. Rest in peace, whilst yet peace is with thee. 'Tis wise for the hare to abide beneath ground when the hawk hovers, and for the lamb to make no sound when the jackal prowls. 'Tis twice wise for the eyes to be wide open and the mouth shut, when those who are in power are likewise in wrath." She had bent over the girl as she had arranged the cushions, and had whispered lower still, "Trust not the news of her mouth, Excellency. It is as a well of poison water in which truth dies. There is one here whose words are as pure gold, though his eyes are like burned-out fires. When he brings news, I will bring it thee. Thou mayest trust me." She had slipped the cotton garment from her back as she spoke. "The marks of the whip that lashed my back are as naught compared to the wounds of grief which the greed and tyranny of our mistress have caused to cut deep into my heart." She had stroked the girl's hair and patted her hand when she had cried out at the sight of the great scars, and had waited upon her and nursed her, loving her the while. "I waited for thee to waken, Excellency," she whispered this hour before the dawn. "Al-Assad has but just returned. He speaketh even now with Zarah the Cruel." And having bathed Helen's temples and wrists and fed her with much strong broth, Namla crept noiselessly down the steps to the broad terrace where her mistress dwelt, and crouched, a shadow among shadows, under the window made by the Holy Fathers centuries ago. She stayed, crouched against the wall, listening to the voices of her mistress and Al-Assad the Nubian. Unable to catch their words, she touched the amulet at her neck and rose inch by inch until the top of her head was on a level with the window's lower ledge. "Of a truth wert thou cunning," she heard her mistress say, losing the rest of the sentence in the peal of laughter that followed. Complete silence fell, and the night air became the heavier for the scents of musk, myrrh, attar, and other such overpowering perfumes beloved of the Oriental, which floated through the window. Namla sniffed appreciatively, then, too small to see above the window ledge, and with curiosity rampant in her heart, crouched down again until she knelt upon the rock, and felt around with slender nimble fingers for the wherewithal with which to raise herself the necessary inches that would enable her to see into the room without being seen. She found nothing, but, spurred by the sound of her mistress's voice, slipped out of her voluminous outer robe, rolled it into a bundle and stood upon it, a wizened, dusky slip of an eavesdropper in a coarse, unembroidered kwamis. "A small date stone props up the water jar," she quoted, as with one brown eye she looked furtively into the room from the side of the window. She drew her breath sharply. Simple as her wants, as are all the natives of the serf-like class, she had never been able to get over the astonishment she felt at the sight of the luxury with which her mistress surrounded herself. The rough stone walls built by the Holy Fathers and the uneven stone floor had been covered with marble of the faintest green, cunningly worked along the edges in a great scroll pattern of gold mosaic. The scroll glittered in the light of 4 lamps hanging in the corners of the immense room, reflecting all the colours of the rainbow in their crystal chains and crystal drops. The drops and chains were reflected in a basin of pink marble in the centre of the room, and in 5 huge mirrors which the Arabian's colossal vanity had caused her to place about. Gold and silver fish swam monotonously round and round in the marble basin, happily unconscious of the moment awaiting them when the woman would catch them in her dainty, henna-stained fingers and throw them onto the floor for the mere pleasure of watching them die. The water for the marble basin was changed every few hours by prisoners, who toiled up and down the steep steps under the blazing sun, and the lash of the overseer's whip, all of which doubtlessly added to the enjoyment Zarah felt when she caught the fish in her merciless hands. Persian carpets and countless cushions were spread upon the marble floor. Stools and tables inlaid with ivory, gold and jewels stood upon them, also bowls of sweet meats, trays of fruit, and great vases of perfumed water, in all the profusion so dear to the heart of the wealthy Eastern. 2 black and white monkeys chased each other all over the place, in and out of doors leading to other smaller rooms, which served as dressing room and wardrobes, and up and down a slender steel staircase which reached to a platform built right across the north end of the room. The platform was 2 yards broad, the back made by the marble of the wall, the front protected by a fine broad-meshed gold netting which opened in the middle and swung back like a door. Covered with silk and perfumed sheets, piled with cushions and hung with orange-coloured satin curtains, it was but a somewhat exaggerated replica of many oriental beds, which are raised from the ground for the sake of coolness, and also protection from that which crawls by night. Inside the golden cage, with the slender steps safely drawn up from the floor, Zarah would lie nights, either watching the dim shape of her lion cub as it prowled this way and that, or sleeping with the untroubled conscience of the heartless, or dreaming waking dreams of the man she had learned to love in the space of a few moments. The lion cub, with neither teeth nor claws drawn, and which was a good deal nearer adolescence than a European would have considered healthy in a pet of that category, padded awkwardly backwards and forwards behind a divan upon which his mistress lay this night whilst listening to Al-Assad, the half-caste, who, just returned from seeking information concerning the white man, sat cross-legged on the floor beside her. "Tell me once again, O Assad, all that thou didst learn concerning the white man, when, as one fleeing for his life, thou didst crave shelter in the Bedouin camp." Al-Assad frowned as he looked at the woman whom he served in love, and who had had no word of praise for the arduous undertaking he had so successfully accomplished. He loathed himself for the love which so weakened him, causing him to tremble at her frown, and almost to prostrate himself at her small feet when she gave him a smile. Longing to drive a knife through her heart to end it all, he held tight clasped instead of golden tassel of the cushion upon which she lay. "Words repeated are but waste of time, but, as I have told thee, O woman, the old white man lies buried deep in the sands, safe from the birds and beasts of prey, who have left but the bones and tattered raiment of man and beast to mark where the ill-fated battle was fought. The young white man, even the one about whom thou art besotted in love, lives, being taken prisoner with one Abdul by the accursed Bedouins who fell upon us. He is likewise recovered from a great fever which befell him from the blow dealt him, O Zarah, in the midst of the fight, and the blow of a hoof upon the forehead which struck him as he lay upon the ground. He has been nigh dead of this fever, fighting in his delirium, calling ever loudly upon the woman's name I cannot remember, shouting aloud his love for her." "Thou dullard!" broke in Zarah furiously. "Art as of little learning as the Bedouins who give him shelter for their own ends? Make yet another effort, even if thy tongue be too big for thy mouth, which is not over small." Al-Assad shook his head, taking no notice of the gibe at the expense of his negroid blood. "I cannot, O woman, yet should I know it again if I but heard it. To pronounce it must the mouth be opened and the word dropped out without movement of the lips." Zarah twisted herself round upon her elbows until her face was on a level with the man's. "Helen," she said quietly, and sat upright, clasping her hands about her knees, when the Nubian laughed and nodded his head. So, she said softly, he loves her. Yet has she said no word of him, neither wears she his likeness upon her breast, which, O Asad, is the sickly habit of those who love in northern chimes. I have sat with her, watched over her in her fever, yet has she said no word of him, neither found I aught in her garments when I searched them, and the ring that is upon her finger is but a trifle from the bazaar. That Helen's engagement ring happened to be a scarab inscribed with words of power and worth a great price, she was not to know. Namla, the body woman who tends her, has she found naught? Zarah laughed as she turned and looked at the stars through the window, outside which stood a dusky slip of an eavesdropper. Oh, she, the fool, she thinks of naught but the wounds upon her back and the failure of her son to return from the battle. In her stupidity, is she the safest of all to wait upon the white girl? Yet how can I make use of this Helen, who has vexed my spirit since first we met? How can I pay back the laughs and torments of her companions at that thrice accursed school if she does not love this man? He loves her, O Zarah, guilelessly remarked the Nubian, who was finding rare balm of his own wound in the hurt of his mistress. Zarah flung herself round and struck at the handsome, stolid face with the loaded whip she kept handy in case of an emergency with her 4-footed pet. "Thou fool!" she stormed, "keep thy mouth closed upon such words. What thou'st know of the ways of white men and women? They travel together with as much freedom as though they were brother and sister. They dance in each other's arms. They go to the festival together, returning alone at the rising of the sun. They ride and drive and work together. Yet are they but friends, there being naught of love between them. Thinkest thou that the man would look twice upon yon woman, who is the colour of a garment which has hung overlong in the sun, if I were at his side? Dost thou?" In her wrath, she looked like one of the restless birds of vivid plumage which sang or moved incessantly in the golden cages standing against the walls, but Al-Assad wisely refrained from answering the question, as he glanced at them and thought of the joy some men find in the homely sparrow. Let the white woman, with a name like a drop of water, which droppeth from a spout, write unto the white man, and bid him hasten to her to deliver her from danger. If he loves her, he will speed upon the wings of love, as I would speed if danger should threaten thee, woman of 1,000 beauties. "Oh, thou!" contemptuously replied Zarah, as she pulled the ears of the lion cub which sprawled at her feet. "Nay, thy words are as empty of wisdom as the pod of the bean that is in the pot. Thou knowest not the white race. It weeps over a hurt done to a beast. It bares its breast to receive the spear thrown at another. It will suffer torture, yea, even death, to shield a brother from harm." She sat for a long moment, then looked sideways into the man's eyes, and smiled until he waxed faint with love. "A light shines, O Asad of the lion heart. I will go when she waketh from her sleep, and make friends with her and work upon her feelings of friendliness for one who sojourned with her in the thrice accursed school. She will then bid the white man hither to join in the circle of friendliness, and then—" She laughed softly as she opened her hand and closed the fingers slowly. "And then, Zarah, thou merciless one, what then?" "Then will I replace her in the heart of the man I love, and give her to thee, as wife, or what thou wilt, so that in thy sons the blackness of thy blood may be equalled by the whiteness of hers, and her days be passed in one long torment through the different colouring of her offspring." But Al-Assad was in no wise inclined to her way of thinking, and said so in blunt, crude words. He made no movement as he told her of the love which consumed him. He did not raise his musical voice one tone as he described the heaven of his days when near her and the hell when separated from her. Even for a few moments he repeated the story of his love stubbornly, quietly, over and over again, and made no sign of his hurt when she laughed aloud in merriment. "Behold, O Asad," she cried as she laughed, "behold, art thou as perverse as the mule and as blind to thine own advancement as is Yusuf, that thrice accursed thorn in my side, to the sun in his path? A beauteous maid, white as ivory, gentle as the breeze of dawn, awaits thee but a few steps higher upon the mountainside, and yet dost thou sit, like a graven image of despair, within the shadow of one whose love is given elsewhere." "Love," repeated the half-caste slowly, "thou and love. Tweer enough to make the mountains split with laughter, to hear thee. Let us cease this foolish talk. I love thee, Zarah, and will have none other woman but thee. But I love thee so well that, rather than see thee suffer the torment I suffer, I would bring thee thy heart's desire, and find in thy happiness my happiness and death." "How sayest thou, little cat?" Zarah turned lazily on her side as she spoke to the lion cub. "Wouldst bring a mate to thy love because she would have none of thee? Or wouldst break her will or her neck so as to prove thyself her master?" Namla gasped, and Asad leant quickly forward when, with a low growl of pleasure, the great cat sprang upon the divan and stood across its mistress, kneading the silken cover into strips. "Learn thy lesson from the four-footed beast," cried Zarah sharply, as she struck the animal across the eyes with the whip until it leapt from the divan and slunk across the room, where it crouched in a corner with lashing tail and blazing eyes, "the lesson which teaches the slave that there is a line beyond which his foot may not go." But Al-Assad was taking no notice of the lesson he was being taught. From under half-closed lids he was watching something round outside the window, which, to the best of his knowledge, had not been there when he had sat down upon the floor, something which he mistook for Yusuf's head, knowing the hatred which existed between him and his mistress. "Let us cease this foolish talk," he repeated as he rose slowly to his feet, his heart hot with anger at the thought of the spy. "Let us instead," he lowered his voice to the merest whisper as he spoke, "let us visit the woman who is to be the bait in the trap into which the white man will place his feet." He was at the door with one mighty bound, and out to the wall which showed bare in the starlight. He stood listening for the faintest sound. None came. Namla lay flat on her face upon the steps, her dusky slip of a body and saffron-coloured kwamis one with the shadows. But she was making enough noise with her beloved brass pots to disturb the invalid or to waken the dead as her dreaded mistress, followed by the gigantic half-caste, entered the room in which the prisoner lay, looking out towards the desert, where she had lost those she loved so dearly. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Thomas Garner, Leeds.
Chapter 10 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 10. Sweet of tongue, but of distant beneficence. Arabic proverb. Zarah, it is you. Then it was you. Helen raised herself on her elbow and stared at the bewildering picture which suddenly appeared in the doorway, blotting out the peace of the coming dawn and the far-stretching desert. Wrapped from head to foot in a great cloak of orange satin, The Arabian stood outlined against the purple sky, with the Nubian behind her, whilst Namla, hidden behind her pots and pans in the recess, cursed beneath her breath with all the Oriental's volubility. The terrified body woman had lain flat on her face upon the steps until certain that she had not been discovered. Then, as the sky had lightened, had crept like some gigantic spider up the steps and into the room where the white girl lay. She had barely had time to whisper a warning, and to run noiselessly across to the recess and hide herself when they heard her mistress's voice speaking softly to the Nubian as they, too, mounted the steps. Zarah did not hesitate. She determined upon a plan of action even as she caught the unconquerable look in the girl's bewildered face. Here was no weakling to be bullied into submission, no poor spirit to be tyrannized, no faltering feet to be whipped along a certain road. Rather was it a case for duplicity and cunning, with flowers and green boughs to cover the dug pit into which, misled, betrayed, Helen Raynor would ultimately fall. With a little cry she ran across to the divan, flung herself on her knees, and seized Helen's hand with a world of innocence and entreaty in her strange eyes. "Helen Raynor!" She spoke the sweetest broken English in the world, her R's rolling like little drums. "The friend of my youth! Can you understand? Can I beg your forgiveness for the terrible mistake?" She gave Helen no time to grant it or not. She launched out on the most plausible explanation of the disastrous battle that a crafty mind could possibly have invented on the spur of the moment. "I could not hold my men. I could not make them hear or understand in the noise of the fight that we had not found the right enemy." She flung her arms up above her head, which she then proceeded to bow to the ground. "By the grace of Allah." She raised her face and right hand to the ceiling, a veritable picture of piety. "They did hear my order not to fire, so that you, dear friend of my happy school days, was not killed. Those other barbarians that killed the old Englishman with the white hair, they were the ones we—" "My grandfather! But he was killed by a spear through the heart, a spear thrown by one of your men. The others came up from behind." In spite of the reputation for lying and every kind of deception that the Arabian had gained at school, Helen had almost allowed herself to believe the plausible tale told in the guileless voice. But her suspicions aroused by the last barefaced untruth, she drew away as far as the divan would allow from the supplicating figure with the sorrow-laden eyes. But as well try to catch an ostrich on the run as Zarah in a falsehood. She rose to her feet, a superb figure of sorrowful indignation, and threw out her hands as best she could for the cloak she had wrapped around herself in an effort to hide the scantiness of her attire, then sat down at the foot of the divan, facing her enemy. "Helen Raynor, you believe that of my men, mine, over whom I reign as queen? The barbarians surrounded us. They threw the spear from behind my men. Then I give the order to Alazad, who is my bodyguard." She pointed to the Nubian who stood just outside the door, watching the rocks in the hope of seeing Yusuf pass amongst them. "I tell him to save you from the savage Bedouins." "But why me alone?" Helen drew the silken coverlet about her and got to a sitting position on the edge of the divan, whilst Namla watched the battle of wills between the beautiful women from the recess, which was just behind Zarah's back. Zarah leapt at the chance of firmly establishing her lie. But there was no one else to save. The old one, your grandfather, was dead. No, no. Helen sat forward in her intense excitement, her eyes shining, her hands clenched. There was another Englishman with us. Someone you know, Zarah. Think of it. Someone you have met. Me, I have met. A friend of yours and mine. I do not understand. Quickly, breathlessly, Helen reminded her of the day she had fallen from her horse into Ralph Trenchard's arms. You remember. Oh, you must remember. He told me all about you. Said how magnificently you rode. Oh, and when he heard about the mysterious woman of the desert, he said he thought it might be you, because you had told him that you had come from somewhere about here and had asked him to pay your father a visit. Didn't you see him? Don't you know where he is? And are you the wonderful woman everyone talks about? Zarah clapped her hands in childlike enjoyment. I just remember him, she cried gleefully, whilst longing to choke the life out of the girl in front of her. And he was with you? Then where is he? We searched afterwards for our men upon the battlefield, but saw nothing of the old man, nor his bones, nor his clothes, and nothing of the other. I mean, there was no trace of any other. I know. She clapped her hands and laughed. We saw marks leading back to Herrick. He is escaped, taking with him the body of your grandfather, and is waiting for you to know where you are to come and fetch you. Perhaps you are right, quietly replied Helen, her eyes fixed on the clasped fingers which showed white at the joints under the pressure of the Arabian's emotion. Yes, perhaps you are right. She smiled gently and nodded her head, whilst she asked herself if Zarah's intense solicitude could possibly arise out of friendship for herself. She decided that it did not, when, on turning her head, she found the eyes of the handsome native fixed upon her. She frowned and drew the silken coverlet more closely about her in an instinctive desire to protect herself from the feeling of uneasiness and evil which had suddenly fallen upon her, and sighed with unconfessed relief when the sun rays tipped over the edge of the mountains and shone through the open door. Tell me, she said quickly, why did you go out to fight those Bedouins? What harm had they done that they should be shot down, speared, massacred by a force far superior to their own? What right had you to take their lives? It is most injudicious to ask such pertinent questions in the uncivilized places of the world, and it was well for Helen that she did not see the rage in the other's heart at her daring. I. The cry of the mourner rose to high heaven as Zarah smote her breast, causing the doves and pheasants and other birds to rise in flocks, and the women near the water's edge to look up from the business of the hour. Behold, lied she brazenly, even some moons ago, those barbarians lay in wait for some of my people as they returned from Huta. The men they killed, the women and the little children, they took away with them. Am I not the mother of my people? Could I refuse my men when they cry to be revenged? Ah, friend of my happy school days, the ways of the desert are not the ways of the city. Let us not talk of things so sad. Listen, I have some idea. Do you remember how Miss Jane used to scold when we said that? She did not give Helen time to say if she did or did not remember, but turned her head and said something in his own dialect to the Nubian. He raised his hand and walked to the edge of the platform, as unwitting as his mistress of Namla the body woman, who stood in the doorway of the recess, gesticulating violently and shaking her head. Helen looked at her quietly and then turned and looked out through the doorway, wondering what Zarah could have said to awaken such perturbation in Namla's heart. What is the great idea, Zarah? Zarah smiled bewitchingly, her teeth flashing, her eyes as soft as a gazelle's. I will repeat the invitation to the Englishman. I cannot pronounce the name. Through you. You will write him a letter to ask him to come to stay for the little time, and to take you back with him. Yes, you will write, will you not, my dear friend? Love, the master key to all problems between woman and woman, unlocked the door which hid the secret workings of Zarah's mind from Helen. The request explained Namla's agitation. Zarah had evidently told the Nubian about the letter of invitation. How will you send the letter? It seemed a trusty messenger would deliver the letter at Huta, and would wait to act as escort to the Englishman on the return journey through the desert. But Ralph Trenchard may be ill, or he may not be able to come. Helen watched the other's face intently as she spoke. The messenger can escort me to Huta instead of taking the letter. No woman is safe, unarmed, and not even armed, alone in the desert with a man. Be a reasonable little English rose, and write the little letter. You could take me with an escort to Huta, Zarah? Zarah humbly touched her forehead and threw out her hands as she raged inwardly at the other's obstinacy. I am the mother of my people. They mourn, they weep in their sorrow. I cannot leave them even for a little while. You liar, said Helen to herself, thoroughly aware at last of the trap which had been laid for the man she loved. There was no sign whatever in the women's faces of the strength of the passions in their hearts. Zarah smiled the gentle smile of propitiation as she played for the fierce love which had possessed her for so long, repressing the hate and jealousy which urged her to call the half-caste and bid him fling the girl down to the rocks beneath. In the depths of Helen's eyes lay the confident smile and the look of strength of those who can bear all, risk all, defy all, for love's sake. Fell a little pause as a sun ray crept along the floor, flooding the room with light, making a golden halo round Helen's head. You do as I ask? The question fell so gently in the quiet place. Helen leant forward and looked straight into her enemy's eyes as she answered slowly, No, I will not write that letter. Fell another silence, in which, whilst exercising the little control she was capable of, Zarah traced the embroidery upon the pillow and worked her cunning mind, and Helen sat still and silent, wondering what the answer to her refusal would be. Love made her brave, love made her ready for sacrifice, but she shivered involuntarily as she remembered the tales she had heard of the Arabian's cruelty, rage, and treachery, both at school and after. Perfectly healthy in mind and body, she shuddered at the thought of mental or physical pain for others, did everything in her power to alleviate it, made every effort to avert it from them. She felt intuitively that danger threatened the man she loved, and she longed to ask the Arabian the meaning of her mocking smile as she lazily traced the embroidery with a henna'd finger. Zarah was trying to come to a decision. She had methods which, though hardly civilized, were extremely efficacious in bending the most obstreperous person to her way of thinking. She had also a fair knowledge of the Briton's stubbornness and excessive altruism. For some unknown reason, Helen had suddenly become afraid for Ralph Trenchard. Why, she did not love him, because she neither blushed nor cast down her eyes when she mentioned his name, nor did she wear his portrait, after the sickly manner of her race, about her person. Zarah loved the Englishman with all the violent, uncontrolled passion of her parentage, but her hatred for the calm English girl was almost as deep and as violent as that love, and to it was added a seething desire for revenge. Revenge for her looks, her breeding, her gentle ways, but above all for the intolerable camaraderie which evidently existed between her and the white man. If only she had known any sign of love, then would the revenge have been easy and subtle and of surpassing cruelty. But her interest in the man seemed to be that of a friend, and no more. In fact, she seemed only to be interested in her surroundings, in the distant view of the red desert, rolling in great billows as far as the eye could see, and the golden sunshine which filled the room with its light and warmth. She watched Helen stretch slowly, shrug the over-warm coverlet from her shoulders, and pull the cushions into a more comfortable position behind her shoulders. Then, with the lightning quickness of a hawk, she leant suddenly forward and wrenched at a locket which had slipped from the silken garment Helen wore. She sat quite still, staring at the portrait she held of the man she loved. Then she gave a little sigh of intense satisfaction and laughed gently as she looked across at Helen, who stared in amazement and stretched out her hand. "What an extraordinary thing!" she said simply. "It must have got caught and been hidden all the time in the coverlet. I thought I had lost it that terrible night of fighting. Please give it to me." Zarah twisted the broken chain round her finger and swung it to and fro. She laughed like the girl she ought to have been, and playfully shook her head. She could afford to be charming and frank. In fact, to prepare the first step upon the road of revenge, she would have to pretend to tease her old schoolmate, so as to allay her suspicions. Yes, she could well afford to wait, for had she not the white man and the white girl in her power? Would she not be able to draw him into her net and put her in the dust at her feet through the little golden locket which swung on her finger? "I will keep it for a little while, Helen Raynor, my dear friend, just for a souvenir of the old days. My dwelling is yours. I am sorry you will not be able to get away just yet." She laughed gently, so as to disguise the threat held in the words. "But I am the mother of my people, and I cannot leave them. And it is not safe for a young and beautiful woman to be in the desert alone with an Arab. You will wait a little until I am free. You will bathe, you will join in the sports, and watch my happy people in their work in their homes. I have many books. You will also ride with me or with an escort in the desert, yes?" She laughed softly at the glint in Helen's eyes, born of a suddenly conceived plan of escape. "Someone will show you, perhaps, the way out and the way in of my desert home, that you cannot learn by yourself because it is surrounded with the quicksands in which lie dead the hundreds of men and beasts." "Ah, tell me again. Tell me about the quicksands which have, of course, kept the water hidden all this long time. Tell me all about it so that when I get back to Baghdad, I can write to the papers and prove to the people who laughed at Granddad that his theory was correct." Helen spoke quickly, her fear momentarily allayed by the thought of being able to vindicate her grandfather. Almost deceived by the other's friendliness into believing that she was solicitous for her welfare, she smiled across at Zarah, fully determined that the white girl should remain a lifelong prisoner, either dead or alive, in the mountains. Zarah recounted the romantic history of the strange place, whilst Alazad sat lost in dreams, and Namla gently rubbed her foot, which had become afflicted with cramp caused by her squatting position behind the pots and pans. Zarah spoke well, her melodious, deep voice filling the room, the jewels sparkling on her hands as she moved them in graceful, dramatic gesture. She recounted humorous incident and laughed, tragic, and drew her hand across her dry eyes. She was hypocrisy incarnate as she reveled in the cunningly thought-out revenge she had decided to take upon her prisoner. "A wonder place, is it not, Helena? Unique in the world? You do wrong in not sending the invitation to our friend. I would thank him for saving me from death in my school days, but if you will not, you will not, and as you will not, then must I give you a bodyguard to keep you safe until I take you back to him. I don't want a bodyguard, Zarah, as long as I have your permission to run about all over the place. But that is it. The place is very big and full of dangerous places. Zarah had no intention of letting the girl make friends with any of her people, and rose as she spoke and crossed to the door. I will ask Al-Assad to recommend someone to look after you, to chaperone you, as you say. Al-Assad got to his feet when his mistress called him. I have them in my hand, she said, so quietly that Namla strained her ears in vain. We will descend and speak upon it, but I will not that she makes friends amongst my people. Find thou, therefore, someone to be ever upon her heels. Nay, woman, leave her free, so that we will find out the workings of her mind, through her actions, and through the tongues of those with whom she speaks. Warn her body, woman, even the ever-busy Namla, that her life depends upon the life of the white woman, and Helen, who had been watching the magnificent couple, wondered what the sudden heavy frown on Zarah's face portended, and instinctively moved back when she swept into the room. Where is your servant? She asked abruptly. Why is she not attending you? Where does this Namla hide herself, that woman with a face like a gravel path? Helen smiled up at the Arabian and drew her hand across her hair, pushing it back as a sign to the pock-marked woman who stood, quaking with fear and with hands clasped in the doorway of the recess, to hide herself. She came down just as you came up. I wonder you didn't pass her on the steps. I always like my linen washed at dawn. It smells so much sweeter. She will be up in quite a little while to get my early cup of tea ready. Helen lied quietly, quickly, bravely, to save the little servant, and sighed with relief when Zarah swept out to the platform in great wrath. Namla, she called, the mountains echoing the sweetness of her voice. Namla, Namla. Talahuna, Talahuna, and turned back into the room when Namla did not come. She hides somewhere, listening to our speech, the lynx-eyed, fox-eared daughter of pigs. She stormed in Arabic, taking a step towards the recess. She was halfway across the room, and Namla half dead with terror, when Helen gave a piercing cry. The lion cub, roaming about as was its wont at dawn, had heard its mistress's voice, and bounding up the steps had hurled itself into the room and onto Helen's divan. After her one cry of fear, she lay quite still, whilst the tawny beast, with lashing tail, sniffed at her neck, then with a low growl flung itself off the divan and hurled itself at Zarah's feet. A strange place, this, Helena, with strange customs and strange pets, said Zarah casually, holding out her hand at arm's length, over which the lion cub jumped. But is that lion safe? So far, yes. When it is not, then we kill it. Those that do not obey do not live long here. I am sleepy. I will go down, and you will dine with me tonight, yes. Au revoir. Think of all I say, and be wise. That woman can wait. She walked slowly out of the room, taking no notice of Al-Assad. He came to the doorway and looked in upon the beautiful white girl and frowned as he turned away. The butcher is not startled by the multiplicity of sheep. He quoted the proverb as he watched the woman who had no compassion for her victims, the woman he loved, descending the steps, then followed her, her willing slave, even to the bringing about of her heart's desire. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.contact. LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 11. The hole which he made opened into a granary. Arabic proverb. She did not dine with the Arabian that night, nor any other night. And when, one evening, some 7 days later, completely restored to health, she walked out to the edge of the platform to ascertain the cause of the shouting of men, barking of dogs, and occasional firing of rifles, Namla crept up behind and urged her to go in. Orders have come. Her Excellency is to remain inside her chamber until other orders come, giving her her freedom. "But what is it all about?" inquired Helen as she reluctantly entered her room. Namla spat, or rather made a sound as though she spat, before replying. "Zarah the Merciless makes an excursion into the Roba al-Khali." She pointed towards the cleft, through which the desert in the starlight showed like the face of a veiled woman. "Allah grant that she remain there, a food for vultures, as have remained so many. She is a liar, a thief, a murderess. Allah guide the knife through her black heart." A spirit of rebellion, of adventure, of recklessness showed in Helen's eyes as she questioned the little woman who had repeated all she had heard the night she had spied through the window and had so urgently counselled silence and watchfulness and patience. "Yea, Excellency, she leads the men and beasts, laden with provision and water, and ammunition wherewith to make a camp between this and the scene of the fighting, have departed these many hours. She is as cunning as the jackal. She relies not upon chance. She has always a place of refuge to fall back on if the fight goes against her, or if the men are in need of food for themselves or their guns. How long she will be gone, I know not. Maybe a few hours, a night, a week, who knows? The Nubian, has he gone too?" Namla laughed shrilly. "Ha! The knotter of shoestrings, the eater of dust. Behold, he has gone these many days upon some secret journey. He held conclave of great length with the woman who rules us with a rod fashioned in the nethermost Yahanam. They sat under the starlight so that I could not approach, Excellency. They spoke softly so that I could not catch their words from the rock behind which I lay concealed." She smiled up into Helen's face when, under the strain of the suspense in which she had lived for the last 10 days, she took the servant by the shoulders and shook her none too gently. "I can't bear it much longer, Namla," she said in her pretty broken Arabic. "I can't bear the uncertainty. I can't bear the silence, the waiting with nothing to do to kill the terrible hours. I simply cannot bear it. For danger to myself I do not fear. I do not care. Cannot I find the way out so that I can escape? Can I not?" There was no one in sight. There was certainly no one within hearing, up there in the eyrie so near the stars, but the little woman ran first to the right and then to the left, and then into the room, before she sidled up to Helen and whispered, "Is not intrigue the breath of life in the East? Her Excellency must take exercise, must walk under the stars tonight, whilst she is abroad." She spread her fingers wide and down in the direction of the path leading across the quicksands. "Her Excellency must walk, even if it be amongst the rocks where the shadows lie blackest." Helen looked intently at the little woman, who gazed out of the doorway with an air of seraphic innocence. "I could not find my way down there, Namla. I should fall or get lost, or—" Namla trotted to the door and stood with her hand shading her eyes, looking out towards the desert. "Yet is there one, Excellency, who without eyes walketh safely amongst the rocks? One without eyes, but with much wisdom upon his tongue and goodness in his heart, who walketh ever without fear in the great darkness. One who yearneth to help those whose backs have suffered from the whip, or whose hearts have suffered from the power wielded by that daughter of Shaitan." She crept close to Helen and whispered in her ear, "One who likewise craveth to hurt, to wound, to kill, in revenge." Helen shivered at the hate in the little woman's voice, but she understood. She had learned the history of the blind man from Namla. Once, when, restless and unable to sleep through anxiety, she had walked out to the platform, she had seen him in the grey light of the dawn, standing midway on the steps, his face raised to her abode. Once Namla had lain a few flowers on the silken coverlet, had whispered, "Patience brings victory to the blind and the prisoner," and had retired to her pots and pans with finger on her lips. The body woman walked to the edge of the platform and beckoned to the white girl she loved, and pointed to a silvery cloud of sand far out in the desert. "Yonder she rides," she whispered. "May the sand choke her. May the scorpion sting her heel. May—" She smiled up at Helen and shrugged her scarred shoulders in the expressive Eastern way. "But of the luck of such excellency is it written, 'Throw him into the river, and he will rise with a fish in his mouth.' Yet will her turn come. The tide cannot remain at the full. The sun must set. Behold, I descend to the river, whilst the men and women make merry in her absence, to fetch water for her excellency's bath, leaving her alone to walk amongst the rocks in the protection of Allah." Helen watched the little woman descend the steep steps, balancing a great earthenware jar skillfully upon her head. Noticed that she stopped for a moment near one gigantic boulder which lay to the right of the steps. Listened to her singing as she made the rest of the descent down to the water, which looked like a ribbon of silver run through a purple velvet curtain, then entered the room, which was really a prison cell, pulled a sheet of dark blue silk from her bed, and ran out onto the ledge. She did not hesitate. That the woman might be a spy did not once enter her head, and if it had, under the strength of her love and her anxiety, she would doubtlessly have thrown caution to the soft night wind, and risked her life in an endeavour to find out if there was not some way of escape by which she could return to the man she loved. Her own clothes, cleansed and pressed by Namla's busy fingers, had been returned to her, so that she stood a beautiful picture of an English girl in the strangest of strange surroundings, looking down into the shadows out of which, she prayed, help might come to her. Afraid of her outline against the sky, fearful of dislodging some stone to send it clattering down the steps, she wrapped the blue sheet round herself and descended slowly, carefully, pausing to listen, standing to peer into the ink-black shadows on every side, and down to the plateau where, by the light of the torches of the fires, she could see men and women passing to and fro. She had almost reached the great boulder when she stopped and drew the dark silk still tighter and peered about uneasily as she tried to locate a soft hissing sound which came from some spot quite near to her. Through bitter experience, she had learned the ways of Arabic scorpions, centipedes, wasps, and flies, had fled in terror from the one and only Abu Hanikan she had encountered, a fat poisonous brute of a spider with formidable pincers, and wrestled vainly against the great variety of ants which the peninsula offers. Of locusts she had but the slightest acquaintance, and of the deadly vipers, the rukla and the afar, which abound in rocks, she had only been warned that afternoon. Yet, for fear of someone mounting the steps, she dared not remain where she was, and had just decided to risk the few yards which would bring her to the boulder, when once more she caught the hissing sound, and then from sheer relief she almost laughed. "Sit," whispered Yusuf from the shadows. "Ya, sit, sit." She crept forward and round the boulder to where stood the blind man, who had been perfectly aware of her noiseless descent. She did not shrink at the terrible face, twisted and scarred, which looked down upon her. Rather did her heart go out to the maimed man as she laid her hand upon his arm and called him by name. "I trust you, Yusef," she said simply, which is quite one of the best ways of winning the heart of an embittered man. "Her Excellency can trust me," whispered Yusef as he salaamed. "Namla and I are brother and sister in affliction. I have lost the light of these mine eyes. She has lost the light of her life, her son, in a grievous battle. To ease our hurts we seek to help thee, gracious lady, so that upon her return the woman who rules us may find ashes in the taste of her victory and gall in the wine of her success. The plans are laid, have been laid this long while. I will carry Her Excellency over the secret path and out into the desert. Then will I return for Namla and the camels, which are hidden and waiting these many hours, the swiftest and most docile, Hygin, in the stables." "Now? At once?" asked Helen, trembling with excitement. "But how can you guide us across the desert? Thy servant rides by the wind." He lifted his sightless face to the star-strewn sky and smiled. "'Tis from the east. Sit. Let it blow in our faces, and we go towards the east until the sun sets after the passing of 2 days. Then we go north upon the path to Huta, passing the field of the battle where the accursed offspring of the devil lifted the white woman." Overpowered with gratitude, almost speechless with amazement, as the weight of her fear was lifted from her, Helen trembled under the shock of the sudden realization of her hopes, and, desirous that he should share in her happiness, caught the man's hand in entreaty. "You will come with us? You will let me and His Excellency, the man I am going to marry, look after you, make you happy, make you forget, you and Namla?" She laughed softly, aglow with love and hope. "Gratitude is small, a very small word, Yusef, and it cannot express what I would say in thanks." Yusef smiled as he shook his head. Such words were rare in his ears. Of such brotherly love, excepting for that in his own heart, he had had no knowledge. "I will take thee. Sit, to within sight of the oasis. Then I must return. My task is not finished, will not be finished, until the spirit of Zarah the Cruel has returned to the Yahadam from which it came. We must hasten by a path known only to me. I will lift Her Excellency over the rough places and carry her safely across the parts where danger lies. The way is open, the night is clear. He stopped abruptly at the sound of voices raised in anger, and feeling for Helen, gripped her tight about the wrist. Namla's voice seemed to rise in a screaming crescendo in ratio to the steps she climbed, accompanied or followed by someone upon whom she poured out the vials of her wrath. "Nay, thou wine-bibber," she shrilled. "What if thy mistress did place the safe-keeping of the white woman in thy useless hands? Nay, thou shalt not push me to the side of this accursed path, so that thy legs, which may Allah strike with numbness, may carry thee with speed to the post thou didst forget in thy drunkenness. Keep thou behind me, lest I break the jar upon thy empty head, and waste the precious water upon thy unclean body, which is fit carrion for the birds of prey. What sayest thou? Thou wouldst but look upon the white woman, so that thou mayest see her with thine own eyes? Verily shalt thou, if thou canst see for the wine with which thou hast filled thy vile and accursed body." Yusef lifted Helen bodily into his arms. "If thou seest the wall inclining, run from under it." He quoted the proverb as he carried her swiftly up the mountainside by a steep shortcut, as sure-footed as a goat, as certain of his path as if he had eyes. "It is not the hour, but let Her Excellency remember that Yusef is her servant in all things." He put her gently on her feet, upon a ledge from which she could climb to the platform. "Remember, too, that when the hour does strike, then will Yusef strike also. patience brings victory to the blind and to the prisoner. A few moments later, Helen stood just inside the doorway, listening to the violent altercation upon the steps. There came the crash of a breaking jar, torrents of execration and imprecation. Then silence, and, in spite of her disappointment, she smiled as she watched Namla slowly and with much dignity climbing the steps with a dripping wet individual in the rear. "Seest thou the white woman with thine own eyes? Yea, then sit thou there, thou dog," cried Namla at the top of her voice. "Nay, upon the second step, wouldst force thy company upon thy betters? And may Allah strike thee with cold for having forgotten thy duty to thy mistress, so that thou diest of palsy before the dawn." There was a twinkle of laughter in the depths of the brown eyes as she combed the prisoner's golden hair. Is not intrigue as the breath of life to the Oriental? He swims in a span of water. Arabic proverb. At that very hour, Al-Assad, disguised as a holy man, sat in the camp of the Bedouins who had befriended Ralph Trenchard. True, the holy man's body was somewhat well covered, as though he had not unduly deprived himself of food in the ecstasy of his religion, and his feet in fairly good trim, considering the length of the pilgrimage he was making on foot to Mecca. Also, upon close inspection, might the rents in his one garment be attributed to a blunt knife rather than to time? But there are many kinds of holy men crisscrossing desert places, depending entirely upon the charity of chance-met Arabs for sustenance, and the will of Allah for a safe arrival at their journey's end. The tattered handkerchief fluttering from the end of the staff can be traced by the keen-eyed, approaching or retreating for miles in the desert's clear atmosphere, and heartbeats never fail to quicken at the chance encounter with a solitary human who wends his way across the burning sands alone with his God. As to others, so to Ralph Trenchard, sitting outside his tent, came that feeling of great respect which the sudden appearance of these mystics arouses in those who have the wherewithal to allay their hunger, and a place upon which to lay their heads at night, and with the respect a great curiosity to read the secrets of a mind which allows so emaciated a body to endure and survive days of endless wandering and starvation and nights under heaven's starlit roof. Al-Assad sat motionless, his eyes fixed upon space, whilst his stomach rebelled against the rice in the wooden bowl at his feet, and his whole being longed to get back to the spot in the far distance where he had hobbled his well-laden camel. Fearful of news of his search being transmitted through space to the ears of those he sought, he had been forced to act up to his disguise, and to travel many weary, sandy miles on foot to various Bedouin camps, and to eat many bowls of insipid rice, wash down his gasping throat with muddy coffee, whilst abstracting the news he wanted from his unsuspicious host by subtle questioning. He had rejoiced to the innermost part of his being when, whilst humbly asking alms from the Bedouin chief, he had seen Ralph Trenchard out of the corner of his eye. His quest was at an end. He had but to get into communication in some way with the white man and arouse his interest, then leave the rest to the foolishness of a race which, as his mistress had told him, taught its men to look upon women as an almost sacred charge. He rose, and with hands uplifted turned to the four corners of the globe, his keen eyes sweeping the camp for signs of the lynx-eyed Abdul, whilst the Bedouins drew back out of respect for his holiness. On catching sight of the servant at the back of his master's tent, Al-Assad squatted upon his haunches and muttered to himself, letting the beads of Mecca run swiftly through his fingers, whilst his crafty mind searched for the best way to start the business without arousing the servant's suspicions. He scraped up the last handful of rice, being careful not to leave one single grain, and forced it down his rebelling throat, then rose and crossed slowly to the black patch of shadow in which he sat himself, well aware that the eyes of the whole camp, especially those of the white man, were upon him. He sat motionless for a while, as though in thanksgiving for the nauseating meal, then made a gesture, upon which, with little cries and great jostling, the whole camp, men, women, and many children, crowded about him, then, with the chief in the center, sat themselves down in a semicircle at the respectful distance demanded by the Holy One's piety. Ralph Trenchard strolled to the extreme end of the right side of the semicircle. He was wholly restored to health, a prey to intense anxiety, and upon the eve of his departure for Huta, where he intended calling upon the aid of the entire peninsula for the recovery of Helen, and felt thankful for anything which might serve to distract his tormented mind. Abdul gave a final look round his master's tent, which consisted of camel skins thrown over 4 upright poles, and ran quickly to his master's side. He had done his best to dissuade his master from the rash proceeding of trying to discover Her Excellency's whereabouts, had preached the doctrine of fatalism as known in the East, and had at last resigned himself to the inevitable, and sworn in the secret places of his faithful heart to stick to the white man through thick and thin. The visit of a holy man creates a welcome diversion in a camp where meals of dates, muddy coffee, and, if luck is in, a sickly mess of boiled camel flesh, as pièce de résistance, form the only break in the long, monotonous hours when fighting is not toward. The event of a holy man who deigned to open his lips except in prayer was to be reckoned a miracle. Abdul moved close to Ralph Trenchard at the Holy One's first words. "Are any of thy children wounded, O my son?" The words came faint and slow, as though spoken by one who had almost lost the power of speech. "I have with me an ointment of great power." Al-Assad searched amongst his rags and produced an alabaster pot, which had once contained rouge and had been bought by Zarah in Cairo, but which now reeked to high heaven of rancid camel fat mixed with aniseed. "Nay, father," replied the chief, whilst his children whispered amongst themselves, "those that were wounded are healed, those that were sick are recovered. Why for askest thou? How knowest thou that they have been in battle?" Al-Assad barely suppressed a chuckle as he pressed the lid down upon the distressing concoction and stored it once more about his person. He made no answer. He sat motionless, as though lost in meditation, until Ralph Trenchard could have fallen upon and shaken him back to a consciousness of his surroundings. "A moon ago I prayed upon the site of a great battle, O my son," murmured Al-Assad slowly, after some long while, and as though he had but just heard the question. "There was naught but bones and this." He once more searched amongst his rags, and looked at some object, which he did not disclose to view, and took no notice of a quickly suppressed movement at the right end of the circle, as Abdul gripped Ralph Trenchard by the arm. "I have asked those I have met upon my path if they knew aught about that combat." "Nay, my son, interrupt me not. The hour is slipping into eternity, and I must be gone." The chief, who had been anxious to tell what he knew of the fight from personal experience, bowed in obedience and spread his hands. It was a fight between white men, and the woman of whose dire deeds the desert rings. All were killed but a white woman, who, grievously wounded and nigh unto death, was made prisoner and taken to the mountains known as the Sanctuary, which lie but a day's journey and a night's journey to the south of the spot where they fought, and where dwells the woman of evil repute. He rose as he spoke, standing a dim and arresting figure in the shadows, and stretched out his hand. This I perceived glittering in the sun, midway between the mountains and the battlefield, upon a path marked in the sand by the swift passing of 2 camels. It is of too great a value for one who lives by the words of the Prophet of Allah, the one and only God. Perchance wilt thou, my son, take it in return for thy charity to the humble pilgrim." He placed the locket in the chief's hands, and in the scramble of the entire camp to get a better view of the gift, crept behind the tent and disappeared into the night, where, once sure that he was beyond the chief's range of vision, he emulated the ostrich in speed until he reached the spot where he had left his well-laden camel. End of chapter 11.